Hello friends, painting enthusiasts, and welcome to a new video. Today we are going to turn a simple blank canvas into something vibrant, warm, and something that really just feels like summer. Moving along, we're not actually going to start by putting paint on the canvas. I'm going to head over to my drafting desk and start a bit of a sketch for just figuring out where all of my subjects are. I personally like to boot up Photoshop, apply a grid, do a sketch in reference to that. However, if you don't love the drawing process in general, you just want to jump right into the painting, you can download the traceable up over on my Patreon, where you can also get the ad-free version of this video. That said, once we have our sketch complete, we are going to pick our brushes, select our pigments, and we can jump into the painting process. Let's start with titanium white, burnt sienna, cadmium red, cerulean blue, Naples yellow, and green gold. It's the only golden pigment I'm using. Everything else is Winsor and Newton. And last but not least, Mars black. Yet again, good morning. I think we're ready. We have our brushes, we have our paints, I have my coffee. Admittedly, it's a black coffee today. May or may not have run out of milk, but I feel like coffee is just an artist's gift and I'm grateful to have it. So, I'm ready to make a great painting. I hope you are too. Let's jump into it and have some fun. Yet again, we'll grab our 1-inch flat-headed brush, and we'll also make the brush just a little bit damp to help keep our paint wet longer, and it'll also help with the blending process. For our first mix, we're going with cerulean blue, titanium white, and a hint of Mars black. So we'll start by very simply applying that nice blue across the top of our canvas, working it down, and when we get to our tree line, we'll bump it up with slightly more titanium white, throw that in there, expand it past the foliage and tree line to be, and do a soft blend with very little pressure on the canvas. This will just help us avoid streaks. Now we'll start a base layer for distant trees, and that means mixing two pigments, one of which is going to be very bright, so we have a lot of our green gold, titanium white, a little bit of our Naples yellow, and a hint of our Mars black, just grabbing that with the corner of the brush because I don't want too much, but we want something nice, bright, warm, and mildly desaturated. I'm going to desaturate it a couple of times with the Naples yellow and the titanium white. Just like so. Alright, now we'll mix our darker mix. A lot more of our green, a lot more of our Mars black. This is in the distance though, so we don't have a lot of contrast, so it won't be that dark. It'll just be dark relative to what we had. And, I'll be honest, I think we have it. I think that's a perfect mix of the two. So with this, we're covering everything from here to here. And we're starting with that darker pigment on the bottom because this area just won't receive that much light. I'm going to paint over this little drawing we have here because we want portions of this green to show through. I just like to draw it initially because it gives me a good idea of what the subject looks like, how it works. And I also like to make the traceables for you so you can sketch it in later. I am going to re-sketch it in later. But once we're at that halfway point, we switch to the highlight. And I'm not going to blend them just yet. I'm going to wait until I have my pigment applied all the way through there, but also up here. And when we get up here, I like to tap it on using the corner of my brush. And this is just going to give us this more ambiguous hilly look. It's a bit more natural. I'm going to try to make sure all of the taps are nice and unique. And you can also switch your brush, but I think this is a good start with it. Then, once again, all of that is applied, we will go for the mix, and I'll do so in an X-shaped pattern. This not only brings pigment up and down, but left and right. We didn't want to do the blend initially because we didn't want to take these darker pigments and move them up there. We didn't want to dilute it. I wanted that to stay nice and bright. Now we'll switch to our liner brush so we can get some real details in there. So I'll grab some of that highlight, and starting at the top, I'm going to start moving down with myriad of little taps and impressions. The farther we move down, the more it's going to start blending with our previous mixture, which is still drying. But as you can see, the farther down we get, the more our pigment dissipates, the more we have a watery mixture on our brush, and the softer the applications we get, which is nice because we want those highlights to lessen the farther down we get. We still want that texture, but we don't want it to be as bright because realistically the majority of the light's at the top, and then it progressively becomes less moving down. But we jump back up to the top yet again, and we'll do that same technique with the liner. Great for rendering a lot of intentional detail. Alternatively, if you want to speed up the process, you can grab your fan brush and we'll dip it in a bit of water. This is just going to condense our bristles and make it so that we can make 4 or 5 markings of a decent size at the same time. From there, we just grab some extra pigment and we head back into the painting. So with this, we're really doing that same thing, but we're doing it a lot quicker. This takes some of the intentionality out of it. So if you want something very specific, it's more difficult this way, but if you're somebody who tends to make too many of the same strokes so things look a little stiff in your pieces, this is a great way of loosening them up and just having things feel much more natural. As you can see, I'm doing a lot of rotations with my brush. I'm never just going in with the same tap. There's a tap and there's a rotation. There's a tap and there's a rotation. And this just makes it so that we don't have a bunch of lines. Instead, we have a good variance. And again, the pigment runs out at the bottom, and that actually makes the painting look a lot better as a whole. Very good. Now these are distant lines of trees, and we do want a little bit more detail than that. So I might grab the darker pigment that we had, start to work that up in that same way, just like so. Continue to build that variance. It'll also start to create some interesting blends and textures. But once we have that the way we want, we are going to return to the liner, to the highlight. And because these are larger clusters of trees, I'm going to start mapping out ones that kind of protrude and catch more highlight. So here you can see there's a jump there, there's a jump there. We start to work our way down, and then I'm going to create additional taps right under the ones that we just created, so that there's this feeling of these trees existing in front of these ones. The tops of our trees will always have more light. So this is an easy way of creating tops of trees. You just create a lot of taps really close together, and typically in this somewhat rounded but randomized set of applications. Up top here, it can be kind of difficult to see that variance, but once you get a little bit farther down, much like we are here, it's much more noticeable. And that's just because we have more contrast. So we go in at the top, we kind of create our initial fairly unique line, and then we work our way down. We build that texture, we leave our openings. Just like so. And eventually, we render this rolling, voluminous set of foliage. Really brings the piece together. That said, I'm really close to the canvas right now, and when we are so close, it can become a little difficult to really notice if things are too detailed or not detailed enough, if we are doubling down on one area and forgetting about another. So I'm going to take quite a few steps back and just make sure that we're progressing properly. Now the next step and mix is an easy one. We are simply bumping up the brightness of that green mix we had so that we can have some real sun on those trees. And for this, we are back to the liner. Now, I want you to see this from a bit of a distance. That way the larger contrast is the most notable thing, because that is that which is important right now. We know the technique. The technique is a simple little tap, but what we're doing with it is we're applying it to the very tops of our trees, just like so, in the distance. And then once we have this all the way across, which we will very, very shortly, we are going to start moving down into the pre-existing areas that are meant to pop. So everything we've done with the protrusions towards the top, this pigment can now live in that space, because while the contrast down here was really nice, we didn't have a lot up towards the top, and that did a couple of things. One, it made the top look a little bit too simple. It did have the benefit of making the top look farther away. Typically the farther away something is, the less detail it will have, but I think there's a happy middle ground where we can add some of this highlight without it being too much, and it just builds on that depth. Still looks natural. One of those things where you can start with something that isn't too dramatically different, and then you can build onto it and build onto it until you have what you really, really want. Getting these very watery applications right now, so they're fairly subtle, but they're still brighter. And we don't have to do too much of this. This is really going to come down to personal preference and how bright you want that backing to be, but I think I want mine to be fairly bright. I want you to feel like when you put your face out into the sun here, you just feel warm, you feel good, you feel comforted. I think that's what a lot of painting is for me with landscapes. It's kind of creating these settings that I remember existing in, I want to exist in. They just, make you feel good thinking about it. When you paint it, you think about it. When you paint, you like what you paint, you feel good. So it's kind of just a lot of good feelings. That said, I'm quite happy with this. So, I think we're off to a really strong start. It is the background, not meant to be that detailed, but I think it's pretty perfect at this point. We won't see any branches or larger pieces of anything that isn't foliage when it's that far away, but we are about to move into the foreground where we will get those really fun details. Now, as for our next step, I think we're going to work on the ground here because we need to layer the fence and all of this on top of it. So we'll do this, but I really like the line work and the separation in the stone. I think we're going to make it a bit more of a dramatic cobblestone, but I really like the idea of it. Now, for said stones, we're actually going to continue with our green for a little bit. Grab that green gold, about double it in Mars black, and a hint of titanium white to thicken the mixture. This is going to go in between all of our cobblestones, and it'll be this nice color for grass, weeds, flowers that kind of exist in between and separate all of them. It'll also be some nice color diversity, which will tie things into the background. Now, as for our application process, I actually do still want that larger flat-headed brush. And as noted, we're not painting the actual bricks just yet, or rather the stones. We are painting in between them. And this brush is fantastic for it because it renders so many sharp lines with real ease. You can see how we're just cutting across application by application. And I'm not making elongated applications. I'm making lots of short ones which connect. I'm doing so very intentionally because we get this nice kind of gritty movement up and down. It's this organic look, which is great for the organic openings in between these stones, and the fact that these stones are also pretty worn down. People walk on them. We don't want them to look pristine and perfect, it just wouldn't look natural, wouldn't look realistic. So we're going in, lots of little tap and drags, just like so. And then as we get farther away, you'll also notice the openings between them are getting smaller and smaller. The applications will also get smaller and smaller. And that's because perspective is compressing the images we see. So we just want to make sure that we have a good transition, and I'll get you a bit closer for this next part because the application does change a little bit. Now towards the back here, because things get so compressed and because they are farther away, we can't see detail to that same extent. We're not really tapping in full lines, we're just doing randomized taps horizontally. Sometimes they amalgamate, sometimes they don't, but this is going to give us something a bit more organic looking, and we'll move it up behind portions of the gate because we're going to have the ground here showing through the gate. And that's important. You might also want to go back and thicken up some of these applications, but so far I'm pretty happy. Now we will switch back to the liner brush as we do need something more detailed for the vertical lines. Now here, as you can see, we're just going to go in with our damp liner brush. And it is important that it is damp. You do want a little bit of water on it because that is going to help you move the paint much more softly. I don't have to really press the brush into the canvas to get it off. It's just pretty good from the onset. And it's also worth noting we're using 1-point perspective in this, so these openings are going to be much more perfectly vertical in the middle, but as we get towards the left-hand side, you can see that they get diagonal, pointing towards the bottom left. As we get over here, they start to point more towards the bottom right, and it's this application that's going to make it look a bit more natural. You don't want them all going straight. There we go. You can make these bigger than you want them in the end, because we are going to be applying paint on all sides of them. And we'll be going back and touching them up with highlights and textures in later steps. And much like the horizontal lines, once we get to the back here, we want a much smaller strokes and application, so you might even include more water on your brush than you did previously, but also we're not going to include them as frequently as we do. We're going to become much more randomized and loose because we're just not going to see that much detail that far away. And we're going to progressively lose it. So you can see there's more structure close to us, and then line by line there's less. And when we get back here, we're essentially just doing little taps. But that's all we need. You let go of detail as you move into the background, that way the foreground can shine. The background's too detailed, then you never appreciate the foreground. So I know that cobblestone roads in general can look like a really complex subject. You have a lot of line work and texture and detail, but when we break it down into a series of simple steps, which is what we're going to do, I think you'll find it's a much more approachable subject than a lot of people think, and it's also a really fun one. It's something that I know I love visually, and I think it's going to add a lot of character, life, detail into this. So let's head back to the palette, work on our new mix, and continue building this together. Also, pro tip, if these seal get harder to open, just use tools. Now for the actual bricks, we're going to mix a wide variety of color options. That way we can have eclectic bricks, a lot of personality. We start with a gray, then we'll grab about an equal amount to that paint in our burnt sienna. Really mix that up. Now we'll widen it so that we have good playground to work in. We'll grab some Cad Red, put that on the left-hand side here. We'll grab some Naples Yellow, we'll put that on the right-hand side. Now we have 3 different beautiful pigments to render our bricks with. Just a base layer, but a nice one. And as for the application, we are going to switch to our smaller flat-headed brush. It's great because it can move around a lot of paint, but it also has that really nice sharp edge for crafting sharp subjects, like that of stones and brick. So we're going to go in with the brightest Naples Yellow pigment first, because I think it's going to be my favorite, and I think I'm going to use it for more of the bricks in general. It's one of those things you could go for an even mixture of all of them, but I think it's also okay to have favorites for the sake of it not becoming too complicated. And I think this one's an easy choice for my favorite. I like how bright it is. I like how warm it feels. It's not too distracting of a color. I think if we went with the all red ones, it might be a little much. But that variance will be really, really nice later on. Right now we're just kind of jumping from brick to brick, and I'm feeling out which ones I think are going to be the most visually important, and then I'm making them this pigment. I'm also trying to not do too many beside each other, because at that point it just looks a little too simple. But if we always do that, then it looks too planned. So we break that rule here and there, and I think I'll do so maybe up here. But as you can see, we're starting with this really nice thick, almost Naples Yellow heavy pigment. Yeah, let's put these 2 beside each other. It's a nice spot for it. Also, when we get up close like this, you can see sometimes I do go over the darker border. That is okay, because we are going to go back in and repaint it with some texture, some color. Right now, we're just trying to get our bases in, and that's a lot of acrylic painting. It's all about putting in good foundations, good bases, and then building colors and textures on top of it. So I kind of look at this as a warm-up stage. We just apply our paint, we feel good about it, we understand the subject better through these applications, and then fairly soon after, we get to do the deep dives. No, I'm not sure if you could hear that. That's a hungry stomach. Friendly reminder, do try to stay hydrated while you paint. Do try to have a little bit of food in your stomach. When we're not, we can get a little shaky with our hands, and it just makes it a bit harder to paint detail, like what I'm doing right here. This is a very ambiguous space, right? We don't have a lot of definitives, so I am going to start doing some wider applications, some little taps. The goal back here should be just more a loose filling with the same general ideas that we've presented in the past. I think that's good for this color. Like it a lot. Now we'll take a couple steps back. We'll grab that middle pigment as well. Start throwing that in. And as you can see, it doesn't look that different, especially when thin. When we first apply these layers, we will need a second layer over top of them, and that's okay. But when the paint's thin, it looks a little similar. We can also go to the more red variant. And this is, I think, a lot darker. Already, I really like it in conjunction with our other mix. I think that they complement each other well. I think they add just enough diversity. Just like so. And we have 3 mixes, that way we can continue to be pretty loose and exploratory with our applications. We're not too worried about putting the same color beside it many a time. And this is really fun. One of those things where you can almost just turn your brain off and enjoy putting paint on canvas. But again, it does get a little more complicated. We're gonna continue to break it down though, so it's always accessible and easy. It's always the goal with these. We do complicated paintings, we do a lot of detail. We take the time to do it right, but break it down. Make sure that it's still fun, and we all end up making something we like and appreciate. Just want to inspire people to make art, you know? Love our little creative community. And I appreciate y'all being here. Appreciate the time, appreciate you keeping acrylic painting as a medium alive. Love these traditional mediums, love acrylics, love oils. Recently tried watercolors, that was fun. But as you can see, we're doing a good job of filling these in. Now these little areas back here, again, we're going to be a bit more loose, but when you have a small little area you want to fill in, rather than using the whole of the brush, I just like to use the corner of it. And in no time, we get those details done. You could also switch to the liner if you feel you need that extra level of control, but I'm actually really happy with how this is looking. I feel like the more we paint, the more we warm up, and now I'm kind of at that point where we can work within the details pretty confidently. There we go. Have some nice painting ASMR in the background too. I love that. I always love the sound of brushes on canvas. Makes you feel like a real artist, you know? So with that, we are just going to let it dry. Then we'll jump back in with a second layer and, as you can tell, a time lapse. This is one of those steps where it's fun, but it's also a little repetition heavy, and I did just show you what we were doing. So here we're doing it again, making it like nice and thick. You can no longer see the canvas showing through the pigments, and I actually really like it at this point, though we have a lot to add. All right, so we have a good thick base on there. Now it's time to let it dry, go to our palette, mix up some details, some textures, and really start making this come alive. So we are grabbing an abundance of our Naples yellow, brightening up our first mix. Then we'll grab an abundance more, add it into our second mix. You can tell they're just getting more and more similar. Might throw a little bit of Mars black, and just like that, yet again. Good variety, but a lot of cohesion amongst the more yellow to the more red highlights, which are about to tap in. Said taps will be done with our fan brush, though this time I'm not wetting it. I want all of these individual little sharp bristles to render 20-30 markings on the canvas with each tap. They'll also be a lot smaller, so again, great for detail work in the foreground where you can really see it. So with this, we'll grab some of that nice highlight with the Naples yellow in it, and then I'm going to tap that into the brighter bricks that also have that initial more Naples yellow heavy base. I will go over the edges with this, which is going to make it look very messy for a period of time. That's okay, it's meant to get messy, we're meant to redo that layer. This is going to, however, be an important one, as we are going to see all the little divots in the rocks and the stone that kind of protrudes and catches extra light. If we didn't have this, everything would look kind of synthetic and flat. So we want to build a lot of unique texture. We want to rotate our brush We're not going to have as much in the background because there just isn't that much detail that's visible, but this is a great start. From there, we'll get a little closer. We'll switch on to the more red and slightly darker mixture, and we'll start applying that to our other bricks. At this point, things are going to start looking more natural because the bricks are going to have a greater cohesion. But again, as we take out that middle separating piece through these taps, it is going to look probably a little bit worse, and that's okay. And that's part of the process. And long term, this is going to make the painting better. It's kind of an investment. You just need to trust the process here. And soon, we are going to have a really beautiful cobblestone walkway. You can see I'm jumping back and forth, just using the corner of the brush when I want real detail and intentionality with my taps. Sometimes I want it to be wider and random for the sake of getting something a bit more unique and not like the other bricks. But sometimes I want a specific area. And that's when we just use the corner. And now, as we take that step back and we continue tapping in these highlights, I think I get really, really happy with that built texture. It really feels like the stones have protrusions, they have shadows, they come to life. And while we are tapping it with this brush, I'd like to know that these markings are very, very different from what we had in the greenery, because when we were in the greenery, our brush was damp, so the bristle was condensed, and it was more like a soft bristled fan brush, where here it's much more like a stiff bristled fan brush, and the markings are sharper, they're less amalgamated. And I like, in general, condensing them for backgrounds, and I like keeping them sharp for foregrounds because you just will have more details in the foreground. Also, while we're talking about brushes, I always get the question, what brushes do I use? What paints do I use? As for the brushes, I do have a brush set. I use this for all of the lessons here on the channel. I've used it for the last 2.5 years. So if you like following along with these and you want to do multiple of them, do recommend picking up the brush set. That way, when you see me using a brush, you know, you can use the exact same one. You're not worried, is my brush too stiff? Is it too soft? Is it too long? You don't have to worry about that. And it's also a 5-piece brush set. There aren't a lot in here, but there's a lot of diversity in use. For instance, with the fan brush that we just used, again, if it's wet, it's a soft bristled fan brush. If it's dry, it's a stiff bristled fan brush. And I did that because I didn't want to sell you brushes that you're not going to use, that you don't need. We kept it really condensed. That way they were exactly what you need. And that's what I use. I think you saw the paints that I used at the start of the video. So yeah, that's it. Let's get back into the painting. Anyways, from there, we are just going to take our smaller liner brush, and now I'm going to start condensing some of those larger applications with the fan brush. So we're bringing things together so that there are areas of the brick that feel more flat, there are areas that feel more rough and dimensional. But a lot of these highlights start on the very top of the brick, and then I work my way down a little bit, like so. Let me get you a bit closer. So here, hopefully it's a little easier to see, but I'm going to go to the tops of these bright ones right now, and I'm going to apply this bonus highlight, and we'll do some extra taps, and this will reinstill form into areas that kind of lost it with those taps, where areas became a little too rough and a little too randomized. This is how we bring it back. It also just adds nice light and luminance to a lot of our bricks. That one's noticeable. This one's also pretty good. You can see a lot of it's a tap, sometimes it's a little bit of a drag. It's always starting on the top. Just like so. And the more you do, The quicker you get at it, the easier it becomes. Though you don't have to get quick at it. You can just take your time and have fun. Nothing wrong with that either. Here you can see I'm really jumping around. Sometimes I'm converting a darker brick to a brighter brick, and I'm just allowing them to share colors and hues, because I think that'll make it a lot more interesting. We have a lot of opportunities to make these bricks unique, and we're making the most of them. I think with the liner brush back here, it becomes really noticeable and nice when you start defining post all of that tapped pressure. Very good. Still want it to be ambiguous though. Much more of a abstract application through here. Though, it will still look real in the end. Realism, for the most part, is the goal. Now we'll just grab some of that highlight from our darker, more red mixtures, and we'll start to throw that in as well. Same general principle of applying it to the tops. Tap and drag applications. And this is going to start making all of our bricks feel cohesive again, because every time we do a new application in one type of brick but not the other, they get a little awkward. They don't really look like the same texture or subject. But then when we catch up and we move back in, as we are right now, with that same textural application, even if it's in a different value or hue, it starts to make sense to the eye. All right, taking a step back, I think it's looking really good, and I'm ready to commit to a greater highlight, really boost the details that we love, and for that, we are heading back to the palette. We are almost out of Naples yellow, but I'm a big believer using all of the paint that we can. There we go. Now again, while cobblestones may look complicated, when we break it down, really isn't that tough. Here we're just building bonus highlights, and we're doing so by simply adding more Naples yellow to our pre-existing mixes. Maybe a hint more Cad red in this one, but just like that, we're on our way to the canvas. And yet again, we're back to the liner for the details. So now we're back, and you guessed it, we are applying our highlights to the tops of our bricks, and we're going to start changing how we apply it just a little bit. We are still starting at the top, but when we get to something this bright, we need to be a little more intentional. So when I'm adding these highlights, when I'm on the left-hand side of these bricks, I'm going to apply a highlight down the left-hand diagonal side of them. And this is going to make it look like the light catches the top and the edge, and it just creates some extra dimensionality. However, I'm still not doing the very bottom of it. I might go to the middle, but I'm not doing the bottom. And when we get towards the right-hand side, things are changing. We are going to do the top, as we do, and then rather than doing the left-hand side, I'm going to do the right-hand side with some highlight, like so. So we get to this one, what do? We do the top, we might do a little bit of the middle, and then we do the right-hand side. Top, right-hand side. So it's a fairly consistent rule, easy to follow, and it's going to build a lot of dimension in the long run. That said, what do we do in the middle ones? That is more so the top, and then maybe a little bit on both sides, but not too much. This one's directly in the middle, so it's a great one to demo that with. But I think already these look better than the ones that don't have it. And I always start with the highlighted mix, but you can start with the more red one or whatever else you have that you really like. There we go. Also, don't forget to get your backgrounds. Here I'm just finding areas that are kind of lighter, and I'm doing these ambiguous little drags, some of which with a lot of water, some of which with none. And the goal is just to create the idea that there are still these patterns going on in the distance where I can't really make it out, it's too far away, but it's still happening, it's still cohesive, and it's looking good. Now, once we're happy with these, I think I'm fairly happy with these. I think we're just about there. We're going to head back to our palette and we'll do some highlights on the red bricks. So grabbing that nice bright red mix and applying it, purposefully have you a bit farther away for this one because I want you to see that despite the fact that this mix is more red than the other, now that we're getting into these really bright values, our hues kind of blend in a more cohesive way than they did before, and it's going to bring a lot of our brick together, just like that. Not a big change, but we don't need one. Lots of taps. It's also worth noting that our bricks, we've done a lot here, still not done. Still quite a few steps to making them all that they can be, and they can be a lot more. So hang in there. Even if they're still looking a little awkward, even if they're not looking exactly how you want them to yet, that's okay. We're going to really refine this. We're going to make them look a lot sharper, and we're going to do so very soon. Right now we're just kind of finalizing the pre-existing ideas that we had for highlights, and then we're on to some new techniques. Make these look a lot sharper. Alright, now we'll just head back to the palette with our smaller liner brush and we'll work back into those darker details. So this is actually the same pigment that we used beforehand, and we are going to now separate our stones, our bricks yet again. When we added all of those tapped highlights, especially with the fan brush, we ended up losing a lot of that separation, and I want it to look a lot sharper. I want it to look more defined. We're going to do additional brick and stone work on the left and the right hand side, and a lot of it. And it's important that not all of our stones are the same, that our applications differ. They are similar subjects, but they can be painted and appear very differently. And these ones, I want to have much more sharp structure, where the ones on the side I want to be a lot more loose. And the idea there is that we want the eye to click in here and then work its way up. If we applied a lot of structure to the left and the right hand side, then the eye would kind of bounce between the two and it wouldn't settle in the middle in the way that we need it. So here we're very intentionally applying our sharper definitive markings down here, and we'll be more loose elsewhere. But I really like this. I think these pop wonderfully now. Going over a couple of them a number of times. Also not always trying to make it perfectly straight. Here you can see there's a little bit of a bump upwards. I think the green sometimes gets very thin as well from the water, and it shows up on the brick, and that looks really nice and organic. So when that happens, don't worry that you're getting green in your subjects. Get happy and thankful that you're getting green in your subjects, because it will make them look a lot better. After we do this, there's another technique that'll further make them pop. It's subtle, but it looks really good. We're just going to finish this off strong. You don't have to do all of them. Really, it's just the areas that you feel like need more defining. Sometimes some you want to look more subtle. There we go. And then we will head up here. We'll do a little bit more of that refinement, but I'm not going to do too much because, again, we already have that great transition from detail to lack of detail. And I don't want to lose that. Up here you can see more green because I'm thinning the pigment more, and I really like it. It'll be a nice transition into the top space. When I accidentally grab a lot of thick pigment, I work it back down here rather than the top. And then when I start to run out, then I'll come back up here and do more. Now, if at any point you take a step back and you feel like your road here is a little too structured, something you can do to destructure it but also age it a little bit, give it a bit more of that old-timey look, we can go in to these fairly rectangular bricks and start rounding the edges so they become a bit more beaten down. And I actually love this look. I think that it just adds a lot of character and personality. I think it makes something that is man-made and is structured just a lot more romantic. So I'm going to go in and I'm going to round a number of these. I find with the little ones it's even better, and occasionally you might even want to cut some of your bricks in half, and I think that can be a really good look. But it's something I'd recommend doing from a bit of a distance, a little bit of an afar, because when we're adding this much detail, it can be difficult to kind of discern how much to add, when it's too much, when it's not enough in another area. So I'm trying to paint a little bit farther away. Trying to do a lot of rounding. Double down on the space in between these. And then again, we'll get on to our next detail. And it's pretty different, but it'll make these feel like they really pop out of the ground and have a lot of dimension. The first, again, we round. Might even break some of them in half again. Doesn't always have to be horizontally, doesn't always have to be vertically. Some are going to have more dramatic edges around them than others. There we go. Okay, now we'll head back to the palette. We'll grab some titanium white, cerulean blue, we will get that, Mars black. We'll mix that in with our green, just a little bit of it, and we'll render this slightly brighter variant of that which we were just using. This would be fantastic for the softer shadows on the brick, which we will apply with this liner brush. So from here, we're going to go in with a somewhat watery mixture, and I'm going to start applying this, I'd say to the base of these, but you know what? I think I could actually use a little bit of Cad Red just to make it look a little bit more earthy, natural. So let's do that. Now maybe a little bit more titanium white, fixing this in the moment. A little bit of problem solving together. Now a little bit more Mars black. There's this in between I'm trying to find. Not too bright, not too dark. I want it to be brighter than the darker areas that show, but I want it to be dark enough that it doesn't blend into this. And I think we found it. So with this pigment, again, blue, red, a little bit of green, Mars black, titanium white, we're going to paint underneath a lot of our brick. And this is going to look like the brick moves out like this and then it goes down. And that area that goes down, that's what we're currently painting. It's brick, but it's not getting light. So it's quite a bit darker. And we're not just going to paint it below all of our bricks, though we are going to paint it below all of our bricks. We're also going to paint it on some, but not all of the sides. And this is going to be another great way of, again, making the brick pop up, feel extra dimensional. And where are we going to put it on the sides? On the left-hand side of our brick, it's going to be different than the right-hand side. On the left-hand side of the brick, we are painting it on the right-hand side of the individual bricks. So it's one of those things where you hear it and you say, pardon? But once you do it, it's pretty intuitive. It's pretty easy. So all of the bricks, again, on the left-hand side of the painting, we are painting the shadow on the right-hand side of them. And already I'm seeing a big difference. Looks far more dimensional. And it's one of those things where you don't notice immediately, typically, but then once you do 10, 15 of them, it looks great. And then on the right-hand side of the canvas, all of the left-hand sides of them are going to get that shadow. So it just swaps over to the other side. The ones in the middle can have it on both or neither, depending upon what your visual preference is. If you feel like you want more of those darker values in the painting, then I do it. If you want your brick as a whole to be a little bit brighter, then I wouldn't. Just because this is going to overlay brighter portions of the brick, and as a whole the brick will look a little bit darker. We're going to counter that later on, but it will still have an impact. It's something to consider. We don't really do this in the background because the bricks just aren't big enough there to visually see these sides. So we'll stop around that middle area. That said, it's a good detail. I like it a lot. And the painting, it's definitely stronger for it. Now we'll just take that same mix and we'll do a couple little taps here and there inside of our brick. And we're going to do this predominantly in the foreground, just because this is where we can see detail. We don't need too much of it. A lot of it I like to do around the edges and the areas that are already a little bit cooler. But it's a great way of showing deeper divots in the rock. We already have a lot of divots thanks to the speckled application we did earlier. But these are the ones that really move inwards, light can't get there, and we get these more dramatic markings. Though these are the smallest markings I've made, I'm applying almost no pressure with the brush, just letting this watery mix glide and tap and drag, and we really don't want to do too much with this, but the texture is nice. You can kind of separate different portions of the brick, which can be fun. And I'm jumping around a lot so that I don't accidentally do the same technique and the same set of bricks right next to each other. If I accidentally instigate too much pattern that doesn't look natural, in the very least it'll be on very different bricks, so it won't be noticeable. There we go. All right, taking a step back, love the detail. I think it's really starting to come together. It has nice form. We're going to do a lot with it. Still, we're going to add highlights, we're going to add shadows, we're going to add greenery in between the bricks. But before we do that, I really want to do the walls on the sides so that I can see where those shadows are cast specifically. So we're going to take a little bit of a break from that area. We're going to head more so into the background. We have a really nice gate. We have this draping foliage. We have this distant wall. That's what we're headed to next. So we're going to head into the palette, do a good mix, and continue blocking this in. So to complete that background, we are going to grab some more of our green, our Mars black, our titanium white, and we're essentially remixing the darker green that we used at the bottom of our backing trees. However, this time we're going to make it a little bit more saturated, so extra green gold, because as we move into the foreground, we have more of the innate coloring, we have less atmospheric light. We can also make it a little bit darker because we are increasing the contrast. So more saturated and darker. Then we can make a little spot that's slightly brighter so that we can have a gradient. But really nice and easy. And we're going to cover most of this with a fence, so don't worry too much about it. And as for our placement and application, I'm going to go in with the slightly brighter mix right up here, like so. Here we're going to have a little wall, so I'm not expanding it in that direction. But as I get towards the bottom, I'll move to that slightly darker mixture. Do a bit of an X-shaped pattern for a nice blend. And realistically, this is one of those things that we could have done while we were working on our other green, but to make paintings like this, really detailed paintings like this, a lot more digestible, I like to simplify my subjects. I like to break it down into steps and sections. And it's also just good to revisit mixes for the sake of learning how to mix your colors properly. You know, we can kind of accidentally land there once, but if we have to mix it twice, it proves to us that we do know our colors and we are good at mixing them. So we're just going to apply that. Then we can switch on over to finding it in the room. Left it on the kitchen table, as one does. Our liner, I'll make a slightly brighter mixture with our titanium white. And we'll just, oh, you know what, that ended up being really nice. And we'll just tap on a little bit of texture. Again, the vast majority of this is going to be covered because we do have that black gate right in front of it. We're just showing the areas that are going to show through. You could do this with the fan brush as well to save some time because it really isn't visually that important, but I really enjoy going in with the liner. I just think it's fun. There we go. Make sure it's nice and thick, make sure it's textured, and you'll have a great base for your gate. We can also make sure that the bottom is nice and sharp with the liner. And we'll apply some nice shadows on this in a later step. But for now, very happy. Okay, so taking a step back, I think that actually looks really good. It's a nice progression from the top into the bottom. And I think it's time to work on the wall that's right beside it. So we're going to head back into the palette and mix up some warm hues. Now we've mixed colors for our brick before. This, however, is going to be a lot brighter. We're going in with our titanium white, our Naples yellow. We want some earthy browns in there, so the burnt sienna will do great for that. And we want a hint of Mars black because we don't want it to be too saturated. I think that's a great pigment for the majority of the wall. Then for the brick in it, we're going to grab more burnt sienna, a little bit of our cad red. Then we'll desaturate it dramatically with our titanium white, Naples yellow, and you guessed it, hint of our Mars black. So we'll do a base layer with this, and then we'll layer brick on with this. So we'll take that really nice initial bright pigment, and I'll just work that along the wall right here. You can see the area that faces us right there. I'll layer it over our foliage above and below. We can paint the foliage back on top of it later, but it'll look a lot more natural if we layer the foliage on top rather than trying to paint all around it and having little spots in between that look unfinished. Then you know what, we'll grab a hint of our Mars Black. We'll make a slightly darker mixture with burnt sienna and Mars Black, just like so. And we'll paint this front of the wall that faces us with that. Again, using the larger flat-headed brush, as long as we press in with this very intentional marking, we can get some clean lines in small areas, and I like that a lot. So we are going to enter this here, taking that brick color and our smaller flat-headed brush. Then I think we'll create some fairly unique looking bricks. And you know what? Because we're painting wet into wet, you can't really see these all that well. We have two choices. One, we can let our pigment in the base layer dry, or two, we can darken, maybe saturate our regular color a little bit, and then we can work in slightly adjusted brick. And I think that's the play. I just threw in a little bit more Mars Black, burnt sienna. We can go over these multiple times, but I'm trying to get this very messy looking stone look. We have so much structure in the bottom that I want this to be a bit more playful. I want it to look older. I want it to look unique next to the road. So we're just placing in some nice stonework. Then we can switch on over to our liner and really double down on the areas on the bricks that we like. If it gets too high contrast, you can always go over it with a light wash to soften the values. So making the base color very, very watery on your palette, and then just going over all of it evenly. And that's something you have to do when your pigment is fully dry, when all of this is fully dry, but it's a really easy way of just adjusting your values without having to redo a lot of your subject. There we go. So far I like it a lot. Very good. Very, very good. And we're wrapping those stones around the edge. Less noticeable here, but if we throw a little bit more Mars Black into our mix, they start to make a lot more sense. So now as we take a step back, I think I really like it. Though, for areas that you want to refine, again, you can just go back in with that same pigment that you used around the base layer. You can separate the stones that might have gotten a little too big or unruly. And we can fix that. It's also worth noting that these aren't that detailed, and they're not meant to be. This is just a distant layer. That which we have here and here will be much more detailed, and we might add more detail to this later on, but I want to do these walls first so I can see just how much room for detail I have in this. But so far, I think it's looking quite strong. All right, so again, taking a step back, really like it. I think it's just the right amount of detail for now. Might change a little bit later, but for now I'm very happy. And I think this is actually a great place to call it for today. We are getting the start of a beautiful sunset. Might take some reference photos and just see the light on the trees in the city. But with that, very happy with today. Very promising start. And tomorrow, I think we jump back in and really add a lot of life and detail to that which we've done. Good morning, welcome back to day 2, and it's going to be a big day. I've been looking at the canvas, I've been looking at the background there, and I think it might be a little more saturated than I want. I don't want it to conflict with what we have going on in the foreground. So we're actually going to start with a wash to soften the values, but also the saturation of that background, and then we'll jump back into some detail. So for a wash, we're going to keep it pretty simple. I have a very wet brush. As you can see, it's almost like watercolor. Some titanium white, a little bit of our Naples yellow. Everything on the palette is fully dry, so I'm not worried about that. Maybe a hint of Mars Black to, again, desaturate. And for a bit of warmth, maybe also a hint of burnt sienna. You can see it's so minimal, but this will be perfect for warming up and desaturating that backdrop. And as for the application, I'm just going to start at the very top where our trees meet the sky, and then I'm going to work it down, and again a bit of an X-shaped pattern. You can see that it's doing two things. It's lessening the darker values that we had, but it's also desaturating, making things a bit warmer. And you really don't need to do much. If you want, you can do a second layer, but I think I'm happy to keep it subtle. I also pushed this into the background just a little bit. And that'll make the brick walls in the foreground feel a little bit closer to us. We can also do a hint of it in the walkway. Move it forward. This will lessen the darker value, so you get a progressive change from a lighter, almost black, to a darker one, and that'll look great. All right, already a solid start, and from there, I think we're going to resketch in the gate that I had initially, and then we'll paint that, add an extra cool texture, detail, and also, I think it'll look really good with the greenery that we can wrap around it. Now, the gate will be a gray, and we're going to start with our Mars Black Titanium White. We'll make it a darker gray rather than a lighter one, and because it'll have all of this reflective green light on it from the foliage, I'm also going to grab a little bit of our green gold and mix that in there. We can also make it earthy with a bit of our burnt sienna. Now it has just a nice little hint of color. So as you can see, I've gone ahead and just re-sketched in that nice little gate that we have there. If you're up over on Patreon, you can just re-sketch it out using the traceable. And up there again, remember, you can get the ad-free version of this video. There's also a lot of bonus fun things up there, like my ebooks, which includes Acrylics for Beginners, which will essentially teach you the essentials, everything you need to know about acrylic painting before you jump into your first. Up there, you can also get a bunch of bonus lessons where we work on big 24 by 36 inch canvases sometimes. One we're currently working on is a 24 by 24. It's a square, so like a kind of different composition, but it's fun. Almost done that. You can also get access to our Facebook group where we share different renditions of our pieces, and the community is A, absolutely lovely, wonderful, positive, supportive, but B, I always find it very inspiring because I get to see these lessons with different features or techniques, and I always find that just makes me want to paint more. Sometimes inspires new lessons in itself, so it's just an inspiring space to be with good people. But again, if you kind of struggle with the drawing process and you want to skip all of the perspective and that, it's a great place to be. But you can also just sketch it in rough. Some people are just naturally pretty great at that kind of thing. Maybe you're one of them. Here you can see we're starting off with a very thin gate like that. I think I'm going to make mine a bit more thick, but I want to switch to the smaller flat-headed brush to do so, just so that we get a bit more control. Here I'm pressing a little bit more in with my brush to get the larger markings. Also, just to end off the last conversation, the Patreon link is in the video description, so it's nice and easy. But again, you don't have to do that. Totally understand and respect if you can't. I'm just happy you're here. Just appreciate you're part of the community and you're watching the lessons and you're working on the paintings, and that you're keeping this wonderful medium alive and well. Love that we have such a creative community. I'm really grateful to have you. You can see I'm going over these many times, and if we accidentally make them too big, that's okay. We can always go back in and paint the green in between as well. I think I'm going to paint quite a bit of green on top of these, so might look a little messy in the first take, but that's okay, because we will adjust and fix till we're very, very happy with it. There we go. Nice and easy. Just touch up the bottoms, make them nice and sharp, nice and square, like that. Now from here, we'll take a little bit of a step back, and I'm going to interject some additional titanium white into my mix. Then I'm going to go predominantly to the mid sections of this, and I'll apply a little bit more light via this highlight. And the idea here is that towards the top and towards the edges, we're going to have more shadow, but this midsection, that can adopt more light. It might be reflective light off of the sidewalk, it might be reflective light off of the walls, but regardless, the metal here is going to have more of a sheen than the metal on the edges, the top, or the bottom. The bottom is just going to be farther away from light, and it's going to have more shadow from the rest of it. But I'll get you a little bit closer so you can see the subtlety. So here, again, as you can see, we have a bit of a highlight, highlight, highlight. I'm going to add that highlight to the bottom middle bar right there. All right, already off to a strong start today. We have a good wash, we have a good gate. Now, I think we'll move to some foliage. This is in the midground, so it's not going to be the most saturated. It's not going to have the darkest darks or the lightest lights, but we are getting there. It's definitely a ramp up from the background. And I think we'll do both a bright and a dark mix first, so we can mix wet into wet. Next, we're working on right here, and some foliage that'll connect them. Now, again, we're mixing two different greens. I'm going to start by mixing the brighter one, because if we work with the Mars Black first, it'll dilute this a little bit more than I want. Though we can grab a little bit of that Mars Black from before and interject that now. We want this to be bright and saturated, but not too bright, not too saturated. We're really looking for a middle ground with it. And I think this is perfect. So a lot of green, gold, a little bit of our Naples yellow, titanium white, and Mars Black to desaturate. Then we'll mix a darker version, which is mostly green gold, Mars Black, and titanium white, because we don't want it to be too dark or too rich. But I think these two together look beautiful, and it'll make a great mid value for what we're working on next. Now, as for application, I am going to take a smaller, damp, flat-headed brush. We'll start by grabbing some of our highlights, and I'm going to apply these towards the top of our open canvas here in the middle. I'll also apply it down here towards the top. I'm doing lots of little rotational taps, that way I have little protrusions with the green, as you can see, and we can even create little pockets of highlight, areas that protrude out of the bushes through here. Then maybe we'll switch on over to our darker pigment, and I'll test that right down here because it's a little less of a dramatic area to see it. Already though, I'm a big fan. I think this is exactly what we wanted. And then I'll do a little tap back and forth. I'll use the corner of the brush to bring the highlights down, to bring the shadows up, have that nice little dance between the two, like so. And then we can do little taps out into portions of our rock. But before this dries, I also want to head up in here and do a little bit of a wet into wet painting. Just like so. Now this is only layer number 1, so it's very thin. You can see the canvas through a lot of it. It's adding extra luminosity. It's adding that extra canvasy grit, and that's okay. We do need to do our base layers. They are important. They give us a chance to test our colors and our ideas, and they give us an opportunity to warm up. This is our first organic application of the day, so I'm grateful that we kind of have this area to practice and just get comfortable, you know? There we go. Love all of the texture in it. But we do need to let this dry, and then we'll head back in with layer number 2. All right, layer number 1 is fully dry to the touch. We are going in with layer number 2, and I'm going to start at the top with the highlight. You're going to see that the canvas, this area, actually changes very dramatically through this layer. We're not working with different colors, but the way it sits on canvas is going to change now, because we don't see the canvas showing through. So it's going to look a little bit darker. It's also going to look a lot more thick and opaque. It'll match the rest of the painting better because now we're working with that same textural application. I'll switch on over to the darker pigment. Throw that towards the bottom. Again, using the corners of this brush to create nice little protrusions, areas that stick out as individual leaves. And then we'll bring it up. Lots of movements back and forth. We want that almost speckled dotted effect between the highlights and the shadows. And already it looks so much more natural. There's a lot we can do with it to make it better, but I think for a second layer, we're in a great space. We can also now take some of our darker color, mix it with our lighter color, get this kind of mid value, and we can layer that over portions of our gate, have it moving up and down. This is going to make it feel a lot more cohesive with the rest of our painting. Just like so. Have it kind of connect to the wall, like so. Already so much more playful, right? And from there, we'll switch over to the smaller liner brush for some real detail work. Now with this, we're going to further render additional protrusions on the tops of this. Lots of little taps, lots of unique markings, just trying to make sure that it's always evolving in one way or another. We'll take that same highlighted pigment and we'll just do a hint of it on the side of the brick wall that's highlighted, that has a bit of light. We can throw this on the tops of the shadow areas that may have been applied in a little bit of a messy way and didn't have that highlight buffering them. We can do a little bit of extra green on here just to solidify it, bring it all together. And then, much like we did the top, we're going to do a myriad of little taps down here that create those individual markings which really sell it as a natural subject, just like so. Nice and organic looking, right? There. Love that. Okay. We can also take hints of it and apply it to the greenery on here, though you really don't want to do a lot because for the most part these are meant to be dark. We're just doing hints for the sake of bringing it together. We also don't want a lot of green on here because it can conflict with the green in the back. Though, if you want, we can have even more highlighted green. And the idea that there are highlighted bushes behind. And with that, I'm just going to go in with this more bright saturated green and tap that in. It's going to create this really nice divide and separation between our fence and the background, while also giving us bonus depth, an extra subject we didn't really have to take time to paint in. We can run this all the way across. We can also use it to fix different portions of the gate that we don't love. So there's a lot of bonuses to this. Then we'll go a little bit brighter, and we'll take this brighter mix and we'll apply it via those taps on top of our highlights in our grassy areas. So you can see we're now on layer number 3 or 4. Every layer of this makes it better, much more refined, much more organic. And organic is a word you'll hear me say 1,000 times. There's a joke behind it when I was in art school, but it was a thing of whenever you finished projects, everybody in the class would go up to the front of the room and we'd bring our pieces and we'd put them there, and then one by one we talk about each piece and what we intended to accomplish and how we wanted to feel, how we could do better, what worked, what didn't. You know, it was a critique, but it was a positive critique. And the word that everybody used without end was organic. And every time something wasn't meant to be wholly sharp, it was organic. So it was kind of funny, but there was also a great truth in it, in that we want these things to look organic. We want almost every subject to look organic. We want those natural markings, those flaws, those just unique visual implications, that it's natural, not human-made. And that's what we're aiming to do. I'll put the real highlights at the top, and then as we get towards the bottom, for the most part, as the pigment dissipates, that's where we lessen our pressure, and we lessen the amount of taps. Though there are areas that are highlighted down here, and those will get additional taps. And then when it gets darker in a spot like that, then it's just less. But these taps, while they take a while, they do a lot for a painting. And it's one of those things where we just implement patience. If you're an acrylic artist, you're probably pretty patient. It's one of those things where you're doing a lot of layers, you're doing things multiple times, so we're probably okay with that. These videos are also pretty long, so if you're watching my videos, you're also probably a pretty patient person in general, and I respect that. I think a lot of great art can come from such patience. And we don't have to do too much more. We're just creating some good little subtleties amongst our greens and our openings and our protrusions. There we go. Taking a step back, I think it looks really good. I like the separation between the background and this. You can tell that the values here are a lot darker. You can tell that it's also a lot more saturated. However, I do think it could be even brighter. So using the larger flat-headed brush, I'm just going to mix up an even brighter green. It's still far from the brightest thing we could render, but it is brighter than that which we have on there. And then I will take that same liner brush. I will go back up to the tops. And this is something where I might not bring it down all that much because I don't want to make this subject as a whole significantly brighter, but I do want to increase the range of values in it. So this might just be something that we do towards the top in no grand amount, but the more little layers of progressive highlight you can build, typically the better your painting is going to look. So we will take a little bit more time to build, refine, and just make sure this looks exactly how we want to. Though, we can always go back and do more. So don't worry too much about perfecting it now, because you don't have to perfect it now. We are going to add subjects around it, which might change how you feel about it. So just bring it to a point of you're happy with it, you think it looks good. Maybe it could be a little brighter, maybe it could be a little darker, but you're fairly confident that you're happy, and then we can move on to the next step. So at this point, very happy with that. I think we can take a little bit of a break, and I'm actually going to head down to the road. Initially, I was thinking about doing a lot of greenery in between all of the bricks, but the more I think about it, the more I look at it, the more I want to brighten it as a whole. So I think we're going to go in, add a fairly bright grout, something a lot brighter than the darker values, maybe a little bit brighter than the brick even, and we'll do so in a fairly wide range of colors. That way we have some additional diversity with the brick. Didn't initially intend to take it in this direction, but I think it will aid the painting, and that's just a big part of painting, right? Sometimes you start something and you have a vision for it, but then there's a better vision for it, and I think we're going to follow that intuition, and we're going to make this painting even better. Now, for our grout, I think we'll need a little bit of warmth. So I'm starting with the burnt sienna. Then we're going to grab an abundance of titanium white because we want it to be bright. Though this is far too saturated, it's not really or desaturated, it's not as warm as we want. I think we'll use an equal amount of Naples yellow. Now it's bright, but it's also warm. Then go back to a bit more of that burnt sienna. And at this point, I'm going to start making this mix as a whole a bit more unique. So part of it, the side here, will be a bit more burnt sienna heavy. I'll get some extra Mars black. I'll work that up here, and we'll get more of a gray going on. And we'll just kind of jump between these varied mixes and applications as we go through our grout. Just make for a much stronger painting. As for application, it is going to be detailed, so we are back to the little liner. So again, in between here, thought about doing grass, a lot of greenery, but the more I thought about it, the more I wanted to brighten it up. And now I think we'll go in with this nice grout pigment, and that means going over the darker areas. It will blend in a little bit with some of our brick, but that's okay because that's natural. We don't always need a hyper high contrast between our subjects. Sometimes it will be just subtle, and that isn't a bad thing. It's also not going to be perfect. We're not going to have it everywhere all the time. We're just going to start by working that in, and I can already tell I want a slightly different mix, more titanium white in it. I think that'll differentiate things a little bit between our bricks, which have a lot of Naples yellow in them. And I am going to try to change my mix as we move through here because different areas are going to have more dirt and more travel. We want it to be ever evolving. As you move towards the sides, it also makes sense that we'll have more shadow from the actual wall. So that's an area where maybe we do more Mars black and titanium white. just like that. Trying to paint it predominantly on the tops of my bricks, as you can see. So we're touching the top of the brick, but we're not touching the bottom of the brick. We're leaving that darker space in between. And on the, as you can see, right-hand side of the painting, I'm applying it to the right-hand side of my brick. So the left-hand side still has that darker area. And when you look at a brick now, this little guy, the darker area is on the bottom, it's on the left-hand side. It's not on the right-hand side, it's not on the top. On the right-hand side and the top, we have the grout. And this is just going to keep it nice and dimensional. Already, I think it's brightened the painting quite dramatically, and I like that. In the middle, we're kind of adding highlight to both sides, but again, we don't have to be perfect with this at any point. We want our roads to be, what's that special word? Organic. And that's what we're doing. Making it so. On the left-hand side here, changing things up a little bit in that I'm still applying the grout to the tops of my bricks, but I'm also applying it now on the left-hand side of them. So it's swapped from this side. Just like that. Sometimes it'll be more noticeable, sometimes it won't be. It's no right or wrong. Maybe we'll grab some of the more Naples yellow here, just for the sake of further creating that diversity. Anyways, from here, admittedly, things are going to get fairly repetitive, so I thought we'd just do another quick little time lapse while I fill in all of those details. As we get into the background, also much like the brick, things get less detailed and it's just these more vague strokes, but regardless, I do think it's a nice added detail, and we can still add a little bit of rock, maybe grass, maybe moss on top of it. So there's a lot more we could do with it should you want to, or if there's an area that you don't love and you just want to cover it up. So from there, I actually really like that. I think it's a big improvement, and while we still have more to do in that subject, I want to separate myself from it for a little bit. That way I can sit with it, I can see what direction I want to take it from here. And in the meantime, we're going to head back up in the painting. We're going to do some extra greenery, some foliage, because we have a rose bush which is hidden behind one of the buildings, and it's going to add a more cohesion. It's going to add some really nice verticals of green to match with the horizontals, and with that, we're back to the palette. Now, we're making rose bushes, and it is in the midground, so the greens that we mix here are actually going to be very similar to that of what we did for the area that's right above the gate. Lots of titanium white to desaturate, hint of Mars black to desaturate so that we can get our real saturated greens in the foreground. But we do want it to be bright, and we want its sister color to be dark, rich, and again, a little bit of titanium white, because we want to have room to increase the contrast as we get closer to us in the painting. No, I think these are great, and we're back to the canvas. So much like this arching area, we are going to do a lot of that rotational tap with the smaller flat-headed brush. You can see that it's protruding out over quite a bit of this, and then we'll come back in, and then we'll go back out, and we'll just try to create a lot of diversity with these taps. We'll also have it lessen as we move down towards the bottom here, like so. We want it to overlap this gate, but not too dramatically. Bring it into the mid section, and then we'll go back into the darker areas I'm going to apply it down first. That way we don't dilute our pigment before we get to the bottom. And then I'll do those nice little taps with the corner of our brush. Try to render a lot of sharp detail, but in a varied selection of values. Just like so. If you find that it's starting to dry, you can go back in with more of your lighter pigment. You can go back in with more of your darker pigment. And it's really the back and forth that makes this look right. But really isn't too tricky. We've had a lot of practice with greenery just like this. And then once we have our base, and I think I'm pretty close to having my base, we can switch on over to the liner and get closer together. So now we're on to our truly detailed brush and much more intentional mark making. Going to open up some spaces of highlight in our shadow, like so. It's much like the taps that we have down here, but they're a little bit bigger. I'm applying slightly more pressure and doing so intentionally because these pieces of foliage are closer to us than these, and therefore we'll be able to see them better. So perspective will make them larger. And there are applications here where, because I'm trying to make them larger, I make them a little bit too large. I think that this right here is a good example of that, but I'm not worried about it because it's easy to go back and fix. And we'll do that in a second, but we have this nice bright pigment on our palette, and I am excited to continue to work it throughout our foliage. So that's what I'm going to do right now. Lots of little taps, just as such. We can also move them out, create these beautiful little protruding impressions. I like to leave openings here and there. It's much more noticeable down here too, because we have the darker background, where up here things are kind of getting lost in this. That said, again, going back to the darker pigment, we'll apply that, move it out into that mid section, occasionally closer to the edge. We can even create larger openings because this is in the background, should we want to. Don't have to, but it's an option. There we go. It's looking really good. It's looking really, really good. Lots of taps and impressions. Now let's take a step back and see how we feel. Okay, so it's a strong start. However, we can definitely do better. Let's take some bonus titanium white, Naples yellow, and mix that into our green. This will be much brighter. It'll be a little bit more saturated than what we have in the background, and we want to continue to increase the saturation as we move forward in the painting. But we'll apply this along our edges, and then we'll occasionally bring it in just a little bit. Lots of dramatic and non-dramatic protrusions. Maybe we'll do a little bit of it sticking out up top here. There we go. We'll have it lessen as we move down because we are going to have more shadows down here, but I do still want hints of it. Just creating a greater range of values right now. Love this. Very good. And maybe we'll grab a little bit of that darker pigment for the top, for these unique protrusions up here too. Okay, I think that's a great subtle start. Though, I know it's a rose bush, we're yet to paint the roses. We're not going to yet. I want to paint the arching, kind of draped vine first, then we'll add roses to it and what we just painted. But again, great start, and I think we're on the right track. Now, for said draping archway, we are going to start with a lot of our burnt sienna because it is a wood. For the most part, we have a Mars black, darken it, a little bit of titanium white. Now we have this good brown, but okay, most of our red is dry. I just need a little bit. There we go. Let a little bit of red, again a little bit more burnt sienna. Hint of our Naples yellow. And just like that, I think we have a really pretty color for the start of our vines. I'm not going to go for a perfect mix. You can see some of it's a little bit darker, some of it's a little bit lighter, some will be a bit more Naples yellow heavy, and this way we'll just have, again, more diversity in our branches for a more unique look. As for application, you guessed it, it's the liner. Now we'll grab a little bit of water on our brush, some of that nice pigment. I have my drawing re-sketched on here because I just wanted to make sure that the lines were where they were meant to be. And then I'll begin just sketching these in. I'm going to be very careful with these first applications because I want them to be quite particular. So I'm grabbing water in between most of my applications. However, I think we'll get you a bit closer. Going in with as little pressure as possible, because I do not want large markings here. While there's water on my brush, there's not too much, because if you add too much, it will expand your bristles. And that's not what we're trying to do. Some of these are going to be bigger than others, and that will just naturally happen as you apply paint. Sometimes you're going to be a bit more exact, sometimes you're not. And for that reason, I'm not trying to make some of them bigger. I'm just letting it naturally happen. So we're just going with the flow as we re-instigate these branches. Some of them are also more thin than others, and I actually like that a lot. I think it creates kind of this free application of depth we don't really have to work for. Some of them just look like more light is working around and through them, where some of them are a bit more thick and dark. And if I can, I'm going to try to make those thicker, more dark ones along the edges, with the thin ones towards the middle. And I'm doing that because we'll have more light working through them in the middle than on the edges. These are going to overlap and head into each of the walls. So as we get towards the edge, it makes sense that they would have a little bit more shadow. This is good. This is really good. I like that. I like that. I like that. I'm going to go over a couple of the areas that were a bit too watery. Again, I'm not going to do too much of this, but we do have to consider the fact that we're also going to have some flowers, some foliage, so we don't want to overdo it in this step. We can also always go back and add more. So right now, less is more. There we go. All right, so taking a step back, I think I really like that. Kind of doing a little bit of a walk around the room just to make sure that it looks good from different angles. Sometimes when things are still drying, they're a bit reflective and it's difficult to see, but I do think I really like it. So from there, we're going to go to our smaller liner brush, continue to do some detail work. However, now I'm going to switch on over to the greens that we were previously working with in the rose bush. And we want essentially the same ones because this is at the same depth level as this rose bush. It's just as close to us, so it'll share the same palette. And I'm not going to do too many leaves and whatnot, but I am going to do enough that we can fill out some of the awkward areas happening in the branches, because we all will have little awkward spots, areas we don't love. It'll also, again, make it nice and cohesive. We can layer these branches over this rose bush, and then we have more of it on top of it, so it looks like it's kind of inset, and that'll create a lot of depth for us. So just kind of going back and forth. Makes sense that we would get some little leaves and whatnot on here. So we're just being delicate, tapping little guys on. I know you're quite far away, but I think it's honestly better that way, because right now we're not really focusing on a textured application or anything that you need to see up close. What you really need to see right now is just how much of it there is, how spaced apart it is. We're looking at more of the nuances that we're creating rather than the larger application. I like that. I think we're almost there. Good. Okay, now that we have it, let's get you a little bit closer and you can watch the details of the highlights, because we know where everything is. Now we're on just like where placement matters in the smaller sense. With this, we do want to make sure that it dries for the most part, because we don't want to dilute these dramatically. You can see that it's a fairly similar color to what we have in the background, at least initially. So I'm kind of layering this around some of the edges and the tops of our applications, and then I'll work it downwards. But this is just a stepping stone in our highlights. We will go for something a lot brighter long term. You just need to build it up. And because we don't have that many, this step is actually quite quick, quite easy. It's not too much tapping, though, you know, I do love these applications. It is something I could just do for hours very happily, and I think that really is the beauty of painting. You could be doing a new subject and really enjoying the exploration, or you could be doing the same subject for a long period of time and just enjoying the satisfaction of watching it come together, knowing that you crafted it, you brought it into this world looking the way it does. And you know, there's some real fun and excitement to be had there. So I'm just going over these, making sure it's a good strong application. Then I'll interject a little bit of bonus titanium white and Naples yellow into the mix. Make sure my brush is nice and wet. Then we'll apply those around it, being fairly careful, as one does. There we go. Already love it. Already a lot better. Okay, so I like the vines, I like the foliage, I think we have the right background for it, and now it's time for the roses. And for said roses, we will need some cadmium red hue. So for this, we will take said cad red, get some Mars black. First we need to make a darker base layer. Get some burnt sienna, titanium white, because we need to desaturate it, and then again we'll double down on the Mars black. I think this is a really beautiful, rich enough red base. It's not a black, it's not a vibrant red, something great in between. And then I'll mix up the highlight, or the mid value, which is just a lot more cad red, a little bit more burnt sienna. Burnt sienna is going to keep it warm and earthy. and then a little bit more titanium white, which will desaturate it, but that's okay because we don't want it to be too saturated too early. So from here, we'll start by grabbing our darker base, and we'll start painting that in the areas where we're going to want flowers. This is probably going to be a little bit different for all of us because our vines will all be a little bit different. Even if you're using the traceable, you'll probably deviate here and there. You want to cover up different areas, and that's okay. The goal here is to start with not too many of these roses because we don't want it to become overwhelming. And if we want more, we can always add more. It's not tricky. So I'm jumping around until I feel like I have a good balance, like so. And then once I am happy with the ones that I have up there, I'm going to move right down here as well, because as noted, this is kind of a rose bush in behind this building, and we're going to have lots of little ones on here. The ones down in this area are going to be darker because we're just not going to get that much light down there, but we are still going to have some, and it'll be a nice way of bringing this pigment from one side of the painting down into the other. It connects the left and right hand side, but now it also connects the top and the bottom. There we go. Don't want too much of it, but by the time you've applied all of the little roses, the bases, you can probably go in and grab some of your brighter mix, and we can throw that on the tops of these little guys. It's incredibly subtle at this point, but you will see it, especially over the darker backdrops like what we have over here. And this isn't a dramatic highlight, so I feel comfortable putting it in the shadows. Though as we continue to brighten it, and we will continue to brighten it, we'll stop applying these highlights in these spots as well. And again, we don't want too much down here, but just a hint. Double checking, did I miss any other areas? Just adding a few more in as we continue to paint. Again, areas will reveal themselves where they should be as you continue. You won't see them all initially, and that's okay. They will just come about as you continue to paint. It's one of those things where you just need to commit to starting, and then you just naturally figure it out. Now we'll take a little bit of a step back. I'll boost the highlights using titanium white, cad red, and a little bit of burnt sienna. Just like so. Make sure our brush is nice and damp, nice and clean. I'll take that highlight and I'll start re-interjecting that onto the roses that are in the light. So the areas that were dominantly out here in this midsection, a lot of it's just a tap. I know you're quite far away, but again, intentional, because at this point you just want to see what it looks like from a distance. Does it pop too much? Is it subtle? These are the distinctions that you're trying to make. Is it too saturated? Is it not saturated enough? Do I need to add a little bit more titanium white? I'm going to add this to the left-hand side, but I'm losing pigment. My markings are becoming more watery, and that's good because as we get down towards the bottom, we don't want them to all to have that same highlight. Then we take more titanium white, we bump it up again, maybe a little more cad red. We're getting more saturated and brighter with every mix. Very much intentional. And then we go back in. Ooh, okay, that's where I love it. Took a couple applications, but we got there. And this is beautiful. It's also bright to the point where I'm not going to apply it towards the bottom. And I'm not applying it on all of them. If I feel like there's a branch covering the foliage or the petal, it won't be bright in the same way that these are. So down here, maybe like 1 or 2 can have it, but only the ones that you feel like will be in light. Now we'll go in with one more highlighted application. You can see every time it boosts it just a little bit. And every time we decide to do less and less flowers. I'm doing this one but not that one. I'll do this one but not these. I'll do this one but not those. Maybe a little bit here. Very nice. Subtle detail, lovely detail. So at this point, very happy with the background. I think those details were just what we needed to feel good about it. There's definitely more we can do. We're going to go back, we're going to do more highlights, but for now, we're going to jump into the right-hand side of the painting. We're going to paint our first wall in the foreground, start with a basic base layer, warm up, make it easy, break it down, and this will be a really fun step. So we'll start with a lot of our Naples yellow, about an equal mixture of titanium white. You can see that I'm already mixing a lot of pigment because we have a lot of surface area to cover. That said, I want it to be earthy, I want it to be warm, so we have a good amount of burnt sienna in there as well. And this is just going to be a really simple base layer. Grab a hint of Mars Black because I don't want it to be too dark, but you can see on my brush it really is just a hint. And then I think we'll actually head in with this mix. Now typically we mix with a larger flathead and then we switch to a different brush to apply it, but here we're actually going to go in with that larger flathead because we just have so much area to cover. I'm going to paint over the majority of the light that I had here, but I'll leave just enough so I know where it is. I'll paint some little openings in our foliage that we have to the right. Rather to the left. It's inverted in the LCD screen, sorry. Sometimes I paint not looking at this, but I look at the camera just so I can see what it looks like from a distance. Another fun hack and just making sure that the painting as a whole looks good. But with that, I'm painting the wall. I'm painting all of it with a base. I want it to be fairly thick. We have a lot of foliage, which I'm slightly layering over the edge of. Here we have a bit of a planter, which we will work around. And then we paint this base with a fairly sharp application. And that is, again, the beauty of this brush. It can hold a lot of paint, can mix a lot of paint, can render really sharp lines. There we go. And then we'll do a second layer, just to make sure it's all nice and thick. We can also augment this pigment just a little bit. So I'll throw in some burnt sienna, Mars Black, make it a bit darker. And I'll use this on the edge. And then I'll just kind of tap, scrape, move it inwards. Trying to get it very rough looking. I don't want anything smooth. We can also take more of it and put it towards the bottom because it'll just be darker in general. We won't have as much light down here. And we're going to apply essentially bricks, stone over this. So again, does not have to be perfect at all. We just want something nice and textured. This is also a really fun way to paint walls. You interject a hint of another pigment and then you just kind of do a wash with a cloth or something like that, and you can get these great, much more diverse looks to them. Here again, a little bit more of that darker pigment towards the bottom. Don't need too much. And already I think I'm very, very happy with it. There we go. Good morning, welcome to a brand new day of painting. And I know you're thinking, we didn't do a lot of painting yesterday. Kind of. We didn't get a lot done on the canvas. I painted the entirety of the right-hand wall, looked at it and decided it could be better. We could go at it with a different technique, one in which I think would A, be better to teach, but B, would just look better. So I covered it, painted over it. It is now yet again that slight gradient of a wall, and I will show you in just a second. But we're going to do all of the bricks again today, and we're going to make them great. I put a lot of thought into different ways of going about it. And it's one of those things where you can paint bricks in so many different ways, and you kind of just have to decide what's the right way. We already have the cobblestone, it looks like a brick. So how do we make it new and interesting and not compete with that which we already have? And again, I think I figured it out. So we're gonna have some fun. We're gonna head into the mix and we're gonna get painting. Actually, before we mix, here's just a shot of the canvas. You can see that I did yet another gradient, a little bit brighter at the top, a little bit darker, more desaturated at the bottom, and on the right-hand side, but it's basic, it's thick, it's dry, and we're ready to mix. Now we're going to start by mixing a highlight, and we're going to tap this on. It's going to be pretty rough, pretty randomized, but we are going to try to get it to be relatively consistent. So the mix isn't perfect, but it's fairly well done. And again, we have our Naples yellow, a little bit of Mars black, a little bit of titanium white to desaturate it, a little bit of burnt sienna to make it nice and earthy, warm. It's not the brightest pigment, but it is brighter than what we have already on the canvas. Next, we're going in with a fan brush because I want to make a lot of markings and very quickly. Also, it's dry, so these aren't bunching together, all individual, ready to make just a litany of taps on the canvas. So, as for our application, we are going to grab that pigment and we are just going to tap this on our soon to be stone, brick, rock, whatever you want to call it. As you can see, almost unnoticeable towards the top, but when we get towards the bottom, kind of noticeable, mildly visible, and that's just because we want to start nice and subtle. We're adding good texture, we're rotating our brush, going in with these taps, never rotating on the canvas, it's always around it, but let me get you a little bit closer so you can really see the texture. And again, we are closer, we are tapping, we are trying to get very randomized set of these. It's really easy to make a lot of lines with the fan brush, but that is not the goal, that is not the intent. We are really trying to be much more unique than that. So I'm only using about a third of the fan brush, and by continuously moving this bad boy around, we create something a whole lot more interesting. There we go. Already very happy with it. Again, there are so many different ways of painting bricks, adding texture, but you have to kind of choose the right one for the right setting. The last 3 paintings we did have all had brick or stone, and we've done it, I think, 4 different times, maybe 5, in only 3 paintings. So, a lot of option, and that keeps it fun. You can be very creative, but also just trying to be mindful of what's best. Now, we'll head up to the top, and we'll just finish applying a little bit more of this texture. Again, it won't really show up to that great degree through there and through this midsection, but Here and there we'll get a little bit of it. And it's okay if you have a lot in one area and not much in another, as long as you have some. It'll be cohesive enough and it'll probably look nice and unique. Nice and interesting. Now we want a darker mix as well, so I'm just going to throw some burnt sienna, Mars black into that mix, work it around. You can see the white and the Naples yellow are really desaturating it, but this is a little bit closer to what we have at the bottom of the wall and a little bit darker. So let's throw this into the canvas. And now we can grab that new pigment. I'll show you what it looks like towards the bottom. Not too different. We can move upwards, and this is where it starts to show. This is where we get our contrast and our varied textures. Already I love it. It's one of those things where we don't even have to apply brick. I think the wall in itself looks great, but I'll show you how we can make some stones up here too. I said this looks good. It's looking really good. Want it to be nice and subtle. So I'm going to start with the darker value along the edge. That is darker because it'll blend in more there. And then I'll work my way into the brighter center as we start to run out of pigment. You just don't want it to be too dramatic. We could also change the mix to be a little bit brighter as we need to move into this area. And with that, again, it's simple. You just take the Naples yellow, you work that in. It's still darker, it's still close, but it is a little bit brighter. And it will make sense in this setting quite nicely. Also, apologies if the hand continuously jumps in the way there. One of those things of sometimes you just get so in the painting process you forget about what's kind of going on around you, but I like that. I like that a lot. All right, I think that looks great, and at this point we're ready to reinstigate some of our grout. The lines that I drew initially, sketching those back in, just going to do so in accordance with what we did on the traceable, and I think I'm just going to do the horizontal ones. I'm not going to do the vertical ones, at least for now, but let's head back into the palette. Let's mix up a brighter pigment for said grout, and let's start creating some really nice little bricks. We are going to want, yet again, a lot of Naples yellow. That's really the MVP color of the lesson. We'll grab an equal amount of titanium white, a little bit of our burnt sienna to warm it up, hint of our Mars black to desaturate it, but I don't want too much of that desaturation. I still want the warmth. So we're back to the Naples yellow, we're back to the burnt sienna. We're just moving farther and farther away from the titanium white and the Mars black, but I think this looks great. Now, as for application, I'm going to keep you a little bit far for the start of this, but as you can see, I've resketched in all of my lines, and that's where we're going to begin with these applications. I'm going in with the larger flat-headed brush, a fairly watery brush. That way I can get some nice sharp applications, and I'm going to grab a little bit more water, work that into my mix, head back up here, and I'm doing taps rather than drags because I want the little unique bumps and imperfect transition. I think that just looks really, really nice in these settings. This wall is not new. It is not pristine, and it is not meant to be. I think it has a lot of charm because of the age and the little discrepancies in value and texture. So we're going to really lean into that. Using 1 point perspective here. So we're all just moving out from here. So actually a really interesting composition because we're not technically on this road. We're up higher looking down on it a little bit. And you can tell that by the way the brick works, but it's pretty unique. Thought about simplifying it when I started the lesson, but had a talk with my partner, and she was like, you should go all in. You should make it as good as you can. Make it unique, make it interesting. And you know what? I'm really glad she did. I think we're going to make this really cool. There we go. Now I think we have a couple of options. We can double down on the amount of these we have by separating them one more time, but at that point I think they might become a little too similar to what we have down at the bottom. So I'm just going to keep these a bit bigger, and I'm going to go in now with the separating pieces, which are just these vertical lines. And again, you can copy these in from the traceable, make them nice and perfect if you want to. I think I have a good idea of where they are because I have already drawn them, and I just have that experience now from doing it once before. I'm going in with a lot of them which are much lighter, but then we'll also do some that are a bit more pronounced and noticeable, and I think going back and forth between the two is typically the best play. You can barely see some of them. Just like that. And then the more you do, the quicker you'll get. And you can see that I'm just kind of flying through these at this point. Love that. Nice and easy. Now there is another fun technique we have that I want to show you, but I need to get you a bit closer. So let's do exactly that. So right around our edges, we're just going to do a little bit of a blob of paint, and then we're going to round some of those insertion points. And this is going to make the grout look a little bit bigger, the bricks look a little bit friendlier. I'm not going to do it to all of them, but I'm going to do it to a good handful. And this is going to add to the painting in a really nice way. I'm also going to double down on the grout on the left-hand side, because we are going to have more light coming in through here than we have on the right. There we go. Might just do a couple more of those little connective pieces, but for the most part, I'm already really happy with it. The first version of this I did, it was really detailed. There was a lot more going on, there was a lot more contrast, and it just felt like too much with the cobblestone roads as well. So I think a less is more approach in this wall is what I would recommend. Though again, you are welcome to give it a lot more bricks to separate these lines into doubles, and you have double the bricks, but really up to you. I think I'm very happy with this. Okay, so taking a step back, I think this is actually looking really, really nice. Again, subtle, and once we have our foliage here, nice little details there, I think it's really gonna come together. So with that, let's head back to our mix and create some almost darker charcoal-esque iron color for our three subjects. They all will be cohesive, and then we can start applying some really nice foliage. Now for this iron, we want two mixes, one significantly darker than the other, taking that titanium white, that Mars black, little bit of our burnt sienna, because we do still want it to have those nice warm reflective hues in it. And you can see it's almost Mars black, but not quite. And then to the right, we're going to mix a mid-gray with a hint of that burnt sienna, so it's also a little bit warmer. But we have a lot of room to brighten. We don't want to though. We want to keep these both dark mixes, that we want two of them so we can create some nice gradients. As for our application, I'm going to grab the smaller flat-headed brush, and I'm going to head into what is essentially going to be two planters, areas where we have some foliage coming out and draping over. And I'm going to make the side of them nice and dark. I'm going to make the bottom of them nice and dark. We want this line to be straight, much like these, very vertical. Though areas you don't love of this, it's okay, we can very easily cover it in foliage. So I'm just going to bring this up like that, and then going to switch to my brighter mix, at which point we'll just cut this across. Like so. Then I think I'll just touch up the top. We might even make this dark inside a little bit where the plant's going to be, but really you won't see any of this. Just hints of below. You can almost paint it in an abstract way because it matters very little what it looks like, but you just want a little bit of that gradient. Now here, I started painting with a smaller flathead. I'm going to switch to the larger because realistically, we have a lot of space to cover. So I'll work that on the bottom. Nice, sharp, elongated line. Start to bring it up just a little bit. I'm going to make this area darker as well at the top, because it'll have shadows from the foliage. So the bottom is dark because it doesn't have as much light. The top is dark because it's getting shadows. And then the midsection, that's where we go in with our mid value. Very intuitive. Start with a bunch of those vertical markings and then try to find the right angle to soften them. Like so. Nice and easy. Now we'll switch on over to our liner. Grab more of that gray. And I'll just try to craft a little bit of a rounded edge. I think that'll just look pretty. We won't see most of it because, again, foliage is covering almost all of this. We're just painting for the hints that will be seen. And this is really just the side. Realistically, the planter goes back like this, touches the wall, and then it goes this way. And this area is where the plant actually sits. This is just the rounded front. But again, we don't really see this because there's just going to be so much greenery. And then I'm doing little taps into the metal to make it look worn down, a bit distressed. Lots of little movements with my brush. You can do that up here too. You know, a little bit of that highlight. Build it up. Every time you apply it, it'll get a little bit brighter because the first application will be darker because it'll be on top of such a dark layer, and acrylics are, again, semi-transparent. But I think we got there, and I think it looks really nice. Now I'll head up to this top little guy. I'll grab a lot of my darker mix and I'll just start painting in the areas that attach to the wall. Nice little dot at the top. Get some extra water. What's fun about this is you can paint almost the entire thing as a silhouette first, and then we go in and we create our dimensions with our highlight. So it's a bit of a break from the harder stuff, the blending, the textures. You just get to paint a fun shape. I always like lamps like this. I just think it's such an easy way of incorporating beautiful light. And while this is in the day and we won't really see it, it is a nice detail. Again, it's this iron structure. Aesthetically, it's very cohesive with that which we have below. Bring this down to the bottom. We'll bring these in. And I was going to separate it into threes, but I think I actually love this. I think I'm very happy there. So it's not in the reference photo or in the initial sketch, but I might add a little iron mounts into the wall. Easy detail. Let's add some light into it. We're going to add that brighter gray to the top of the little ball at the peak here. And then we'll add more of it around the top of this first little divot, and then more of this one. We're also applying all of this to the left-hand side. And then we'll do a little blend back into the rest. And already we have some good dimension. We'll add it to the top of these back pieces. Like so. We can add a hint of it into here. And then we, with the small remaining amount of pigment, can blend that pigment into the light body, the body of the iron. And then again, lots of little taps for the sake of giving that nice metallic texture. Already looks so much better. From there we can double down on the titanium white in the mix. Go back to the top. Go back to the top. Go back to the top. Go back to the rim. Go back to the touch-ups. Beautiful. Trying to keep my hand out of the way. Again, apologies if I'm not always perfect with that. It's one of those things where it's just seems easier than it is. It's intuitive, but it's not intuitive when you're doing it. There we go. I don't want to overdo this area, so I think I'm going to keep it like that for now, and then we'll just make a very watery titanium white mix. The brush is dirty, so I also have a bit of other pigment on there. And I'll trace the inside of the lamp, leaving openings. Then I'll grab more water, and I'll just do a soft, wet blend to give it that good glassy look. I grab a little bit more Mars Black to fix these guys up, but overall I'm very happy. I think this looks great. You can spend a lot more time on it, you can refine, you can continue to add layers and details and textures, varied values, but I think this is pretty much as far as I want to take mine with all that. So, stepping back, I love the light. I think that adds a lot of dimension and character. And I think the simplicity of the chambers that hold the foliage also look good. Didn't want to overdo them. And with that, it's time for the foliage. This wall is going to look a lot better. Now, for foliage, as per usual, we want two different mixes. One of which, brighter, with titanium white and Naples yellow. Hint of our Mars Black, but not too much. Just a little bit of a corner grab, as you can see there. Already, love the pigment. Then we're going to head to the left. This is dry, so I don't have to worry about the blend, but we are going to use a lot of Mars Black, a little bit of titanium white, a little bit of Naples yellow, good amount of green gold, doubling down on the Mars Black. And I think these two look beautiful together. Perfect and ready for the canvas. So with this, we are going to approach with a wet into wet blend. And admittedly, as I was setting up the camera and doing all of that, my paint started to dry. So I just threw a little bit more in there, a little bit of water, and already it's alive yet again. So I'm going to start by applying a big block of this beautiful, warm, light greenery. Doing it predominantly through taps on, as you can see, the left-hand side of this larger opening area. I'll work it down to the bottom. We'll make sure it's nice and thick. And then, what do? It's wet into wet. We head back to our palette. We grab our darker mixture. We apply that right beside it. And yet again, I'm applying with a bit of a tap, just letting the brush expand on the canvas. We'll close that gap. We'll grab more. We'll head into the bottom, like so. Cover up that open canvas. And then we need to blend the two together. So let's get a little bit closer. For my blend, I'm going to go back in with a damp fan brush. So you can see that this is condensed with a lot of our bristles. We're not making 25 markings at once, we're making 4 or 5. I'll grab my highlight and I'll start tapping that A along the edge, but then once it starts to dissipate a little bit, I bring it more into that darker section of foliage, as you can see. And already we have some nice texture, all of these individual protruding leaves catching light and being a lot more interesting as a whole. So I'll bring that right down here and to the bottom. So once we have that, we need to head back to our palette. I'll grab the darker mixture now, and I'm going to do the same thing, but I'll bring it over into the light, as you can see. And this isn't our final application, we're going to do a lot more, but this is kind of how we just start with a good amount of texture and detail. We'll also start expanding it out into the brick in the open area here, like so. Leaving lots of little openings so that we can still see that brick. Gives us good dimension. I like that. Now we'll switch on over to our smaller brush and we'll continue that with some real detail. Now, again, we have all of these great randomized applications. It's time to make them a little bit less random. It's trying to make them more like individual leaves, intentional markings, and I'll move down here so you can actually see in the camera. But I'm kind of going over the ones that are pre-existing, doubling down on the areas I really like, and then areas that I don't love, I will cover up and we'll just make it a bit more full, a bit more sound. But we want this to be the darkest area, so I'm going in with more of an opaque application for a lot of it. We can bring that in, bring some of those highlights out. It's a lot of tapping, it's a lot of going back and forth, but long term this will look great. Right now it might look a little bit awkward because A, we don't have these refined intentional applications with the highlight. This just looks messy next to it, and therefore this doesn't feel like it fits yet, but also we don't have a shadow for it. All of this can and will be casting a shadow on the brick, and that's an important step we are going to endeavor into very soon. But until then, it's going to look a little out of place, and that's okay. We will get there, Right now you can see I'm just having fun in the highlights. We're going to do a lot of going back and forth over all of this. We are close to us. We will see significantly more detail than we did in the background in any of that foliage. So it's important that we give this some extra attention and make sure we do it right. There we go. Now the bottom, it's currently looking a little more messy than the top. That's okay. This will drape foliage. This will drape foliage. There will be foliage everywhere. This area is the safest in terms of making it look fantastic because, you know, we've had a lot of practice with our foliage and we know we can make this look fantastic. So this is an area that's going to get a lot of it and quite soon. But for now, we're just going to continue with this application. As we get farther down, we'll allow it to expand. We'll bring these darker mixes over that way as well. They're going to kind of trace the base of the painting a little bit. We'll have it run out into the cobblestones, and I love that look. Trying to break up some of the highlights so they look a little bit more natural. Okay. It's looking like we're in a pretty good place. Definitely further highlights, further shadows to incorporate, but I'm liking it. Applying some of these little dark pieces out here, running it through the grout to a point. I think that's a really good look. There we go. Okay, now we'll take a step back, make sure we like how it's looking, and let me tell you, I'm very happy with how it's looking. So from there, we're going to take that same highlight that we used, and we'll start interjecting that around the edge in the same way we interjected the darker version of it over on the left-hand side, rather on the right-hand side. Again, it's inverted in the screen, but we'll also start moving it inwards and creating some fun little shapes. The more we move it inwards, the more it looks like the light is wrapping around and catching the side of the building, and it should be, because this is a fairly bright side of our building. So we can definitely bring this in and make it a bit more multi-dimensional. There we go. Loving the look of that. I think that's very pretty. The more layers we do, the more it'll make sense, the better it'll look. Right now you're pretty far away, and again, I think that's a good habit to get in, taking those steps back, really looking at the painting from and afar to make sure that it all does look like it's coming together. And it is coming together. Again, just take some patience, some trust in oneself, and then you start making something you didn't even think you could. I love that when you pick a reference photo and you start painting and you think, oh no, I don't know that I can make it look this good. I can probably make it look good, but I don't know that I can make it look this good. And then all of a sudden you like it more than the reference photo, and that's always special. I don't know that I'm there yet, but I feel like we will get there with this one, and that's exciting. Still a lot to do on this wall, but we're in a really strong place. I'm also going to do less highlights as we get down to the bottom here. So now my brush is pretty watery, and I'm going to try to keep it so. That way my pigments are less opaque, they're less bright, and they should be less bright because we are now closer to the bottom, we're farther away from the light. I'm just going to apply this to the areas that, again, I feel like are going to be on top. Catch those rays. And let's It's looking good. Now, if we get in a little closer and we look at this, this, and this all in relation to each other, I think they look pretty similar, and I want to differentiate those highlights. So we'll grab some extra titanium white, work that into our brighter green mix, work a little bit of our Naples yellow in there as well. Maybe add a hint more green, but just make something brighter in general. Switch on over to our liner. And then towards the edge, oh yeah, we'll add in even more highlight. And already I'm in love. This is what it needed. Going to try to apply it predominantly over our pre-existing highlights. So we're just building highlights on highlights. At this point, I think we know where our highlights are, where we want them to be. We've tried with a bunch of different applications and layers, and now we're doubling down with something much brighter, much warmer, something really full of life. It's just one of those colors you can look at and feel good, and I love that. I think the green gold pigment from Golden is by far my favorite green gold I've tried, and I've tried quite a few of them. I think for a long time I had this interesting relationship with the color green because I couldn't find a pigment of it that was warm and vibrant and saturated and just did everything I wanted for greens. It always kind of leaned in one direction or another, at least for these very sunny pieces. And the more I tried them, I just wasn't fully satisfied until my partner brought me this one, and she was like, this is the green. And I was like, okay, we'll try it, we'll see. And let me tell you, it was the green. I love it. I actually just ordered a bunch of other golden pigments, so we'll do a little test in a future painting. I think it's the thing of, like, I've always loved Winsor & Newton, and I still think it's a great brand, and I'm still going to use it. But I think I'm going to try a little bit more with golden and just see where that goes. A tube here and there, you know? It can be expensive to replace an entire set of your paints, so I don't want to do that. It's more of just, as I run out of things, we'll try. And we'll see what we like. This might be a little too titanium white heavy. Might want a little bit more Naples yellow in it. Yeah, already it's better. There was an in-between. There's almost always an in-between. When you're painting and you're working with highlight and you think this might be a little too bright, you can probably make it a little more saturated. You could probably make it a little darker, and you'll be even happier with it. Sometimes going to that absolute brightest extent just isn't what you really want to do. You think it's what you want to do, but it isn't really what you want to do. You want a bit more moderation. Can't wait to add the shadows in from this. I think they are going to be gorgeous. So anyway, this is just a lot of tapping. Not a lot of variance of technique here, but a lot of doubling down on that which we love, that which we know works, and that's great. There we go. Now we'll head on down in our painting, because I think we have enough there for now. At this point, I want to diversify my applications a little bit. So I'm going to add this tapped green, this tapped darker green. Same dark green we used here. If anything, you could make it a little bit darker because we're getting closer to us and we'll have more contrast as we get closer to us. But I think we'll just tap some of that on here. You can see that some of the foliage is spilling up and over. That's really the idea. With this one, same thing. We're going to cover the inside of the box, and then using the corner of the brush, we just have these little protrusions that also leaf up over the rest of the box. This isn't in the reference photo, by the way. This is just something I wanted to add. So we're getting creative with it. We're taking artistic liberties, which is something I'm a big fan of in painting. I think it's great to have references to interject ideas that you innately wouldn't have, but I don't like to be handcuffed by them. I like to be a bit of a cowboy there and play around a bit more. So that's what we're doing. Now I'm going in with the liner and I'm just further defining some of those edges, making them sharper, leaving lots of little openings. Really want to do the shadows here, but I want to do these first before we commit to those shadows. And now we'll again have these draping down, lots of little taps at this point. We are painting individual leaves. In the background it was collections of leaves, the implication of leaves. Now we are just painting a lot of leaves. So we build up to it as we get closer in the painting to us. Great. Now head on up here. Do more of that. And these are more of a draping foliage. Lots of openings. And these are in the reference photos. And here you can see it's very heavy. Here it's much more wispy. There's less of it. There are more openings. The markings are smaller, so we have some diversity of subject too, which is nice. But you can see just how little the planters really mattered in terms of our detail. That's why we were a bit more loose with it. We were going to cover pretty much all of it. We have hints, but that's all that's left. It's hints. And that's all we need. I think we'll also add some to the light post at the top, just to continue that cohesion. So here, I'm just going to have a couple of these little guys dangling, wrapping themselves around, and then working our way down. I just think it'll tie it all together well. And I also really like the idea of creating more of an elongated vertical, because we have one here and I just want more of that in the painting. Some more of it we shall add. There we go. This is good. This is really good. I like it a lot. That's cute. It's not too much, but it's just enough. I say that and I immediately add more. Classic me when painting. Can't put the brush down, but very happily live with the brush in hand. There we go. Now yet again, we're heading back down in the painting. I'm grabbing the highlights, the mid values that we used over there, and I'm tapping them onto this green. This is fully dry, so this is actually wet into dry. Different than how we applied that, but I do like that. I think I actually want more of a mid value though, so I'm going to interject a bit more Mars black into this mix than we had before. And I want to build it up. I don't want to jump directly into the highlights. So here it's a little bit darker. I'm painting on individual little pieces of foliage. For the most part, I'm trying to paint them on top of the darker applications that I already had. That way it looks like the top of it has light and the bottom of it does not, because of the shadow. I'll create lots of little openings for areas that get a little bit too big. I think you can see that I have a couple of those already. That's okay. We can always go back and use our darker mix to break it up again. I think that's really the beauty of acrylics. You can try a bunch of things, and if they don't work, it's okay. Easy to paint over. Great medium to be exploratory with. There we go. As we get closer and closer to the edge, I'm going to interject more and more of that Mars black, because we're just going to have less light. Oh yeah, I love that. It's so subtle, but nice and textured. Occasionally we get that pop of light from the brush, areas that just aren't perfectly clean, and adds to that good organic look. Go back and already start applying more highlight. I love this. I'm really happy. All right. Look at us go. We're doing so much painting today. I'm very proud of us. Now we'll go in here. More of those same taps, still wet into dry, so a different technique than we've used. And it's all working out. You can paint all of your foliage wet into dry, you can paint all of your foliage wet into wet. It really is about discovering your painting style, how you like to apply the pigment, what makes you more comfortable. Typically more free-flowing painters, people who are a little bit more B-type personalities, like wet into wet, because you can just really flow with it, and it's this very natural, cathartic, intuitive experience. More A-type personalities are probably going to flow to wet into dry, because it's this going back and forth, meticulous. You wait, you think about it, you plan. Neither is right or wrong. I kind of like both of them. I think all of us are a little bit type A, a little bit type B with different things, but I definitely find there's benefit to both, and we just jump back and forth here. Again, more of these mid values to further diversify. And then we can jump into more of the highlight. Yet again, need to make this alive. Started to dry. Happens all the time, and that's okay. Just add a little bit more water, and all of a sudden we have our paint back. Provided it's not super dry, at which point we get new paint. And that's okay too. We can start intermixing this into what we have over there, and I think that'll be a good look. That's fun. Do a couple more highlights on top here. I don't want to put it all the way back, and I don't want it to drape all the way down. This is more reserved for this top section at the front, as that area will get a lot more light than everything else. When I start to run out of paint, then I can move back down, but we're definitely starting up here, getting the majority of our paint off. Same with up here. Most of the highlights are at the top. Now it is getting pretty dark outside, so I'm running out of time here to paint in natural light, but I will say I think we got a lot done today. I'm feeling really good about where this is going, especially in relation to yesterday. You didn't see what this wall looked like, but it did not look like this. And again, that's okay. That happens to all of us. I've been painting for, 2-ish decades now, and sometimes we just make a subject we don't love, and that's okay. We just go back, we fix it up, we learn. Often the lesson is more valuable than the painting, because now we can, interject that lesson, that learning into every other thing we do. So, actually a good thing there. But that's okay, that's all part of the process. Happens to all of us. Don't get discouraged if you have to redo this or that, as I do. And then I learn, and I get a little better, and I have fun. I think often it's important to remember to have fun through those processes. Just because it doesn't work the first time doesn't mean it has to be a negative experience. It means it can be a fun and exciting exploratory process of figuring out how to make it exactly how you want it. And I think framing and perspective, it's It's important. Also, let's add a little bit of green to this little guy. It'll fit better with the rest of the painting. Very good. Don't need a lot of it, but some green here and there will do it good. And as an update, we are out of light. Though, again, very okay with that. I like the painting a lot. I think it's kind of good to take these breaks, sit with it, come back to it the next day, and reflect. We do have another wall to do. We do have still quite a bit of detail to do on this wall, but at this point, I think I'm good to put the brush down. I think we're going to go to the gym a little bit, stretch the back out. I know after a long day of painting, I do need a good stretch. So that's also something you can do in between while your paint dries. Do a stretch, a little yoga session. We keep saying that we're going to get into yoga, but you know, maybe next week. We'll see what happens. But a good stretch will do the body well. And yeah, I will see you tomorrow. We will continue this painting. We'll probably finish it. I want this up for Saturday morning. It is currently Wednesday evening, so we need to finish soon so we can edit it. These videos I've been doing the last 4, they're a lot more comprehensive. The editing takes quite some time, but I think it's worth it. I really love how the videos have been looking. Big thank you again to my partner Athena for filming all of these, but yeah, I'm just rambling at this point. I don't really want to put the brush down, but I have to, and we'll start painting again together tomorrow. Hey there, good morning and or afternoon. Today we paint shadows on the brick. We continue that wall, and then we finish the painting. I'm confident we can do it today, though admittedly feeling a little under the weather. I have a bit of a scratchy throat, not 100%. But I actually love painting when I am feeling a little sick, because even though the body doesn't feel great, we can still mentally feel great, fulfilled, and I think painting can also just be this really nice escape. So we're going to jump into this today. We are going to finish it. Really want to finish for Saturday and give you something great. So we're going to have some fun. We're going to paint some shadows. And with that, I'll show you exactly what I mean. Now, I don't know that we've really talked about where our light's coming from in this, but it is this street. It's like an alley, so light is going to progressively move this way, but the sun itself is very high, and it's kind of looking down like this on our space, so it's going to catch the edges a lot, and then we're progressively going to lose light as we move this way. But because it's so high, all of these subjects are not only going to cast shadows this way, they're also going to cast them down a little bit. So our shadows aren't going to go like this, they're not going to go like this, they're going to go like this for the most part. So if you have a protruding stick and it goes like that, then the shadow goes like that. It's all kind of down diagonally, and we're going to do that with pretty much all of our protruding foliage, and that'll be a good start. Now for our foliage, rather the shadow of it, we are going to start with some Mars Black and Titanium White, because we don't want our shadow to be too saturated. We also want it to be relatively dark, though it is a shadow, which means it'll probably have cooler reflective light. So we're going in with some Cerulean Blue, and because I do want it to still be nice and earthy, we have some burnt Sienna, maybe a hint of Cad Red. We don't want too much, but I think this right here, with maybe a little bit more titanium white, is a fantastic shadow color for a lot of our foliage and iron. Now I'm going to switch over to the damp liner brush, and we'll grab some of this pigment. I'm going to water it down so it's not too thick. And then again, we have our light coming down like this. So right underneath a lot of these, we're going to go and do this tapping mixture. We can also place it in between a lot of our openings. I'm going to try to avoid, for the most part, the grout that we have in there. But you can see how we're just progressively working our way down. We're leaving little openings in the shadow because there are openings in the foliage. And we can make it nice and soft around the edges. We go back, we blend, we do little rounded applications. That's going to soften it. We don't need really sharp, harsh shadows. But already I think this is a step in the right direction. And we're not just going to do it with this foliage. We're also going to do so for the planters and really anything else that protrudes. Also, you might hear a little bit of background noise today. The construction's happening outside and they have a fun little jackhammer going, which, I'll be honest, I think is kind of fun. I love construction in general, and everybody always gives me kind of a strange look when I say that. But I think I just love watching things being made. It's just, you know, you're creative and you're probably a creative person in different verticals, and it is a creative endeavor. So I always really respect it. I think it's fun. I try to film around it so you don't hear it often, but again, I do really want this done for Saturday. So we're gonna have a little bit of louder clips here, but it is just about the time where they typically stop. So we won't have it for too long. All right, so we did well there. Now we're just going to take that same pigment, going to apply it under and beside this planter. So now the shadows are going to be even more to the right-hand side because this is more to the right-hand side, so it'll just push them. And that's really nice because it'll give us a bit of a vignetted look in the painting. Now all of our corners are getting darker. I'm also going in with like a scratchy rotational application here so that it gives us that kind of rough look that the stone should have. Then we can kind of tap in additional dark texture should we want to. There we go. Nice and easy, honestly. One of those things, you start doing it and then you know what you're doing and then it's smooth sailing. Might double down on the areas that are a little bit closer to the actual foliage because the shadow will probably be a little bit harder, a little bit stronger through that. But just like that, off to a great start. So now we'll take a step back. I think I really like that. I also think this area could be softened a little bit, and we can just do that by going back with this pigment and roughly brushing it over. But I also want to take some of this and I want to run it under the base of these bricks, or these big stones rather, because they will protrude. We will have this underside to them, which won't receive light. And because of that protrusion, we will have a little bit of this shadow on the bottom of each of the stones. So we're just going in using a very watery mix because I don't want it to be too dark. But I think it's going to add some nice structure. It's going to make it pop a little bit better. It's going to make it feel more cohesive. I'm starting by just, again, applying it to the base of the bricks so it's not complicated. And while these subjects can be architectural, can have perspective, can look a little daunting and tricky, hopefully this shows you that we can break it down, we can make it easy, and we can make it accessible. And that's really everything in painting. You just approach it in a way where it's systematic and you can do great things. But I think I really like this. Great start. And we might even do a little bit of that shadow on the right-hand side of these bricks. But I don't want too much. It's soft. Not dramatic. There we go. So much more dimension in just 5 minutes of painting. Love that. And you can see I'm jumping around a lot, just trying to balance it. All right, so as you can see, already off to a really strong start. And that's despite, again, feeling a little under the weather. I think with painting, especially for me, I kind of have a hard time starting in a lot of cases, especially when I am a little bit out of it. But once you start, you feel good. Internally, there's this like sense of fulfillment and success, and we're already there. So if you ever have one of those days where you're just having trouble starting, look at a painting you've done, think about the feeling you'll have when you really conquer that first subject, because it's great, it's motivating, and we already did it. Also, bonus tip, if I am having troubles starting, something I like to do is just put paint on my palette, because then I know I have to paint within like 15-20 minutes or I waste the paint. Just a little hack to kind of get you up and going, but I like this, and it's time for the next step. So with our recent success of those shadows, I thought we would take a break from that wall and start blocking in the other one. Now, you know these videos, for the most part, they are real time, and I really like teaching you in real time. However, this is really exactly what we did before. So I am just repeating the steps on the left wall that I did on the right wall. And that means starting with that slight gradient with a little bit of texture, and then we work in our grout and we start forming those bricks, and we're working around all of our other subjects. But this is just a really nice, easy thing to kind of start the day with, because we have done it before, and it also gives you a chance to confirm to yourself that you know what you're doing for the future, right? We do things once, and sometimes we retain it, sometimes we don't. Now in doing it again after taking a break, we get to confirm to ourselves, okay, do I know the process? And if the answer is yes, that's great. You can take that with you, you can apply it to future paintings. If the answer is no, that's okay too, because we do have this video up on the internet, and you can rewatch the other section for the wall, and then you can just redo it on the other side, kind of moving around the subjects that we have there. So just trying to save, an hour-ish of your time with doing this, but yeah. Also saving myself a little bit of talking time, admittedly, given the throat a bit of a break, but we will jump back into real time now. Okay, so I'm back from painting the wall, and I hope you are too. Though, just to refresh things, again, the process is essentially you do the base, which is a slight gradient. Then we go in and we do two textures. One is a little bit brighter, one's a little bit darker. That's tapped on with the fan brush. We let that dry. Then we go in with the larger flathead. We do the grout, the lines. We do the vertical lines with the liner. And then from there, we round some of the edges of the grout with the liner. And right there, you have your wall. So with that, I'm very happy with it, and I'm ready to move on to the next little intricate steps. I think that's going to be some of the storm drains that we have. It's one of those things that isn't innately aesthetic. We don't think of it as a beautiful thing, but it really sells the realism and how natural it is. It's also a really nice vertical line to work with the painting, and it'll also have a shadow, and that's dynamic and neat. So there's a lot of beauty in little things like that, and that's our next step. So for this, we want a really dark, again, almost iron looking pigment. So we start with our Mars black, our titanium white, but we need that nice warmth on it. So burnt sienna, maybe a hint of our Naples yellow. See, it's requiring quite a bit of the burnt sienna to get that warmth. Might also add a hint of cad red, but for the most part, I think this is looking really nice, and we'll create a slightly brighter version to the right of it, just more titanium white, and this will allow us to build in some highlights when we're ready. Also, it's really pretty outside, and I just wanted to show you the view. So maybe there's a little more inspiration in that too. So with that, I am going to go in yet again with the darker mixture, and I might mix up a little bit more, because as we film these, there's sometimes a little bit of a break in between the shots and the pigments dry a little bit. So I just reinvigorate it, bonus pigment, a little more water in the mix, and then from there we can head in, and I can see this larger drain. So I'm going to attempt to paint that fairly straight. Sometimes it works I'm not going to lie, sometimes it doesn't. And it has a little bend in it. That's okay too. It's one of those things you want to be fairly straight, but it doesn't have to be perfect because it is a thin metal. It is going to get a little beaten up over time. And if we have that bonus personality in it, it's not the worst thing in the world. So we'll just work this down. Have a lot of water so that it's nice and thin. I can get sharp markings. Making many markings, as you can see, until I get what I want. I don't expect the first one to get the entirety of the application. Instead, we have a little more patience. We make more micro adjustments. That way, if we're kind of off, we're not dramatically, we don't have a lot to fix. And we'll just continue doing this until we're happy. And then we'll jump into the bottom here using the smaller flat-headed brush. You just need something a little bit more detailed, but I still want those sharp lines. And again, it's a bit of a drain, so we'll just have this come out. Water can come through here when it rains. It's looking like a pretty dry day, so I don't know that we need any water coming out of it. Though you could have some if you just want that little trickle and that dynamic look. There we go. I'm gonna go back up and make sure the top layer's thick enough. The edges are nice and sharp. Lots of micro adjusting. Now when we take a step back, as you can see, this is far too dark in relation to everything else. So we are going to grab that highlighted pigment we mixed. We're going to work that on the right hand side. Already like it so much more. Just dragging it down in short little bursts. And this is giving it dimension and depth. Light's wrapping around it, but it's also making it more cohesive with the wall because you have those like warmer, more earthy values as well. And I'll just work that down with the smaller flat. Then we're going to double down yet again on the highlight. A little more titanium white, a little more Naples yellow just to the right hand side of that mix. We'll do the same thing. I'd also like to note that I purposefully made the drain quite thin initially because I knew through these applications we would thicken it quite a bit. Every time we do this, we probably expand it by accident, maybe another millimeter, maybe more. So it just helps keep it a good size in the end. We don't overdo it initially. And maybe I'll go back up and just tap on some inconsistencies. So now, very purposefully creating variance. Hopefully this just relaxes you a little bit and makes you realize it doesn't all have to look perfect because we are intentionally making it look imperfect. Might also take a little bit of a wash after. So a very, very, very watery mixture of the mid value or even the highlight, and I'll just run that over the darker area. This is going to soften the value, so it's going to brighten it a little bit, but it'll also allow us to blend the other over top of it in a nice subtle way. All right, now what we're going to do is we're going to go right over here to the right hand side, or I guess the left hand side. Again, I always get it inverted, but we're just going to create this nice dark base for a second. Pipe that's going to come down here. This one's not going to go all that far though. We're going to have some variance. Why is this one not to the ground in the same way? I'm going to be honest with you. I don't know. I'm just looking at the reference photo and I noticed it does not extend that dramatically. Now we'll go to the top. And we'll bring it down yet again. There we go. A lot of intentionality in these strokes. Apologies if sometimes that my hand is in the way. Again, it's just sometimes a little tricky to maneuver properly with X amount of space. Painting over my drawing, it's okay, we can always redraw it. And I'll round this better at the bottom. I think we can also paint on some little attachment clips. That can be fun. So these are areas just kind of bolted into the wall and keeping this up straight. Just little unique details. Again, is it the most aesthetic thing? No, but is it built on the realism? Yes, and that's valuable. Now we'll go back to our highlight, which is starting to dry. So more titanium white, more Naples yellow, burnt sienna. Make it nice and wet on the brush to A, keep it wet longer, but B, get a smoother application. Smoother, sharper application. Yeah, just like that, we've already got it applied well. There we go. And do a soft blend into the darker mix. Even if it's drying, it should still be okay because we have such a wet application. It'll be wet into dry even if the other is dry. Then I'll make even more of a highlight. Head back in. At this point, this is wet into wet, so we're not going to get as dramatic of a highlight. That's okay, I don't think we need it to be. Now at this point, I might let that dry, and if I want to brighten the back, I might do a soft wash, but I think I'm pretty happy with this. As an update, it's nice and dark outside. We have some beautiful lights in the distance, but inside we are still crafting this really bright scene. And I'm excited to work on the windows next. We have these inset areas, which are going to be a lot darker. It'll complement the darker values we just used in the drains. And it's an added shape, kind of similar to the brick, but elongated, so it's cohesive in a lot of ways. But we'll do two mixes for it, one of which darker, one of which fairly dark, at least dark in relation to the brick. It's also brick. I'll show you exactly what I mean on the canvas. So here we have the window, and this is a dirty brush. I'll just block it in a little bit. As you can see, to the right hand side of it, there's this open area of canvas. And this is kind of the inset of the brick, the area that wraps around and then inwards. This is all really dark because it's dark inside the building and we can't really see what's going on. But here we can see just a little bit of the side of the brick. And if this still doesn't make sense, because it's one of those things where it's very simple, but it's difficult to describe, I will paint it and you'll see. So we'll move over to our mix, but we're going for a very dark mix, and then a dark mix, but something that's not as dark as this, but still brighter than the brick, because it's the brick with a lot of shadow. So we're going to start with that inner portion of the window. We can't see in, it's too dark, there aren't any lights on, but there's that empty space. And we'll start with Mars Black, a little bit of titanium white. I think we'll grab some cerulean blue, because we want it to be a shadow, we want it to be cool, and maybe a hint of our burnt sienna just for the sake of making it nice and earthy. Then, beside that, we'll mix a second pigment, starting with Mars Black, titanium white, we'll aim for a darker gray, then burnt sienna and cerulean blue. This is essentially the brick, but the shadow side of it. So we do need the burnt sienna to make it the brick, but we also need the cerulean blue to show that it's a shadow. And I think this is a great in-between pigment, very similar to the shadows that we used underneath the foliage on the other side, but a little bit darker. So from here, again, we have our window. It's overlaying this little planter, which I will paint on top in a later application. But for now, we'll just do this really dark mix. And to be honest, we don't need a gradient in it. It's so dark. You could add hints of light or little applications to make it more unique. But for now, I think that this is fine. Though I definitely do need to straighten it because it has a bit of a lean. It's one of those things where I'm painting on an angle because of the camera, and I can't really always see what's straight. But if it's not perfectly straight, then I would make this line perfectly straight down. Then we're going to go over to another window right over here. Do that same thing. It's not going to go down as far, but now we have some cohesion. Our window has a friend, and that's great. Now we'll go in with the other dark, but not as dark pigment. You can see I'm remixing it just because it did start to dry on my palette a little bit. There we go. Oh yeah, that's perfect. So again, this is the brick, but it's the inset part. It's the part that kind of wraps around the inside. And I love it. That worked really well. Now we'll do a hint of it over here. Very good. We'll switch on over to our liner brush. Grab that. Refine where we need to refine. Head on over here. Do more of the same. Refine where we need to refine. Might even go in with the darker pigment and just square up this bottom. It's not perfectly square at the bottom though. It does go in the same angle as the grout. That's how we can keep perspective very consistent. Might paint the top of the canvas too, just for the little bit of the wraparound, but I like it. And then, we don't have to do anything in here, but if you wanted, you could grab some cad red, a little bit of burnt sienna, hint of titanium white. If this is still dark and wet, then we can just paint this in really simply because it'll be wet into wet, and this will be much more cohesive and it won't be too dramatic. But we can just paint little abstract shapes, which is kind of fun for the sake of building interest and intrigue. Here's a little bit of blue that we'll put up here. You don't have to do this. This is just kind of a bonus effect if you want to. You could also paint individual furniture or make it bright, but I think I like this for the sake of vignetting the top a little bit more, keeping it nice and dark. That's a good application. And this one, could probably use a little bit more paint, just because it's a little bit thin. Then I'll add titanium white to it, and wherever our grout ends up, I'll just work that inwards. So we're just following our grout like so. And the grout itself in these areas got covered up when I did the pipe, so I might just go in and do a hint more of that. And now you can see they connect and it just feels a little more natural. Now I think we'll actually take a step back for a minute and I'll grab more of that darker pigment. It's really similar to the iron. We could just throw in a little bit more of our burnt sienna and we can create the planter for right underneath of this windowsill, like so. Again, the traceable has it if you want the drawing to be perfect, but we're following the general perspective of the grout lines So we can just kind of work from that and it'll be fairly successful. There we go. We can also use that same pigment for our planter right down here. Using the smaller flat-headed brush because it has a nice sharp edge and it can carry a lot of paint at one time. Makes it really, really efficient. There we go. Now we're not done because we can grab our highlight. Again, for it, we're just going to make it a little bit warmer. More burnt sienna, a little more titanium white. We'll add the highlight to the edge. We'll add a highlight on this edge and then we'll have it just dissipate as you move down. There we go. And then with this one, we have the highlight on the right-hand side. And it'll dissipate as you move towards the left because we're getting farther and farther away from the light. Might double down on that highlight. Might double down on both of those highlights. Oh yeah, really like that. That said, most of this is going to be covered by foliage, so it doesn't matter that much, but I'm putting in the time, the attention, the care, and I think it's going wonderfully. I think we're being rewarded for the extra effort, as we typically are with acrylics, you know? Might add a little more of that bonus highlight in here, just very roughly. I like the taps and the thin strokes on the metal. I think it makes it look nice and rustic. But yeah, I know you're a bit farther away, but it's a thing of balancing it and just trying to make sure that everything's in the right place. So when you paint things like this, sometimes it is a lot better if you see it from farther away. Finally, we have one more planter up here, and this one, a lot more burnt sienna in it. I think it's one of those things where it might be more of a terracotta-esque planter. So I'm just going to add a lot of burnt sienna into my mix. There we go. See that? Let's make it a bit darker. More Mars black. I'll add that into the left-hand side. Again, most of this is going to be covered, but not all of it. And for that which isn't, it'll look pretty. Maybe we double down on that terracotta look, more titanium white, more burnt umber, highlights on the edge that are receiving light, so the right-hand side. Easy, beautiful, love it. Maybe we have a little darker area that breaks it in half, but also connects it to the wall. I think I'll cover all of this with foliage, but we'll see. Now at least we have the option. Okay. From there, I think we let all of this dry, and then we come back into it with maybe some nice foliage. Oh, actually, you know what? We have one more planter. Let's head down here and do that. Having a little tea break, and I thought I would note that we're painting a lot of subjects right now which are gray and brown. However, long term, they are going to be very green and lush. We're essentially painting everything with a similar color palette now, and then we're going to paint all of the foliage on top of all of it at the same time. So we're kind of half doing subjects right now with the intent to complete all of it in kind of like one big swoop. It'll be very cathartic. But right now it's essentially a lot of base layers of browns and grays, and if it looks a little mundane, it's okay. It's just part of the process, and it's going to look really good. So again, let's head back into the probably terracotta planter using very similar pigments, and then we'll also work on the tree. So we're just going to head down into the bottom left. I'll grab some of the highlight, honestly remixed highlight, because it did happen to dry on my brush, but some of the highlight that we were using for the terracotta, and you can see just how similar that is to the rest of our backdrop, which isn't a bad thing. It means it's nice and cohesive. Honestly, I'll take it. But we do need to make it dimensional, so I'll grab some of the darker mix that we were just using. I'll work that over onto the left-hand side. I'll work it onto the interior of the lip of the planter. Fun to paint a planter. I don't know that I've painted a planter in a landscape before. This new series of paintings has us painting a lot of architecture and little pieces that I'm having a great deal of joy with. Let's go a little bit darker, so just adding a little bit of Mars Black into that mix for the actual middle of the planter, and I'll do some tapping in it, that way we get nice texture. I think this will be a really great complementing piece for the other darker areas in the painting, but it'll also give us a bit of a vignette. Then we'll switch on over to the liner, grab some extra Naples yellow, maybe burnt sienna, get this more saturated, bright version. We'll apply that to the top of the planter, again, over the lip. It's beautiful. It's so buttery right now. Don't have a lot of water on the brush, but I have enough to get a smooth marking. And for the most part, this application is happening because we have really good thick pigments. And we'll increase the highlight on the right hand side here. Blend that in. Maybe we'll grab a little bit more. There we go. Beautiful. And we're just trying to clean up our lines now. All right, already the planter's looking great, and we are on to painting the actual tree. We're going to start with a darker silhouette, then we'll layer on some mid-values, some highlights, and then we'll add the foliage. And when we add the foliage, we'll also add it to our other planters. We'll have some draping, and we'll make this left side of the wall nice and cohesive with the right-hand side, but also unique as well. So jumping back into this, I'm going to grab a little bit more Mars Black, work that into the darker mix that we used for the sides here, and using the smaller flat-headed brush, I'm going to start working my way into the planter with these fairly unique branches. You can see I'm trying to make lots of little markings rather than elongated lines. That's just so it looks a little more organic and stick-like. That said, I can only move up so far because you can only get this marking so small. What we're going to do very soon is we'll switch our brushes, but I'm going to do as much as I can here. And I think that's where we call it. So, get a little closer, then we'll switch our brush. Okay, so from here, we'll grab our liner. And as you can see now, I can make much more tiny intentional markings. I can still make them nice and straight, jagged, organic, whatever word you want to use, just not soft and rounded. We want more character than that. And then we can just do little break off points that I didn't draw in initially, but we can have. One of those things you don't want to add too much detail because, well, we don't want to become too distracting. We don't need an overly elaborate plant right here, but I want it to have enough character. I think I'm going to connect these branches for the sake of having one run behind the other. That'll just give us some really easy depth in the painting. And we'll make it look nice and clean. If we want a lot more branches in this, we can do it after the foliage, but I don't want to overdo it now. So I'm just making sure all of the ends are nice and sharp. And then after we're done that, we're on to the mid values. Now for this, I want to do a little mix on the palette. We're going to remake the brighter color that we used for the terracotta. So titanium white, a little bit of that yellow ochre, burnt sienna. Mars black is already in the mix because the brush is not clean and we are mixing over a darker mix. That's okay. We'll switch back over to the liner. Typically the larger flathead is the ideal brush to mix with, but the liner, it's inarguably great for the details. And then we'll just tap this along the right hand side of our branches. That way it looks like the light is hitting the right hand side and then it's wrapping its way around the left and it's getting lost because of course we can only have so much light. Regardless, it'll make it three-dimensional. When branches get more horizontal, we apply it to the top because we will just have that highlight up there. Very good. All right. Very happy. Might also do a couple little taps in with that highlight throughout just for the sake of getting bonus texture. And when we're almost out of paint, we can also just do a couple little taps in the sand down here for the sake of ensuring that it isn't just a singular value and texture. There we go. Subtle, but it's great. Now that that's complete, we're going to head back into two green mixes. You've done them before, you know them well, one of which is much darker with the Mars black, a little bit of titanium white, a little bit of our Naples yellow, but again, this is the shadow pigment we will be working with. And then, once I get most of this off my brush, we'll head over here, mix up a highlighted version, a lot more Naples yellow, a lot more titanium white. Because the brush has the Mars black on it, we don't need to grab additional Mars black, but this will be a great first screen that we can build on. So this is for the shadows, this is for the highlights, and we're putting it in a lot of spots. So we're going to jump into this with none other than the smaller flat-headed brush. We'll grab our darker mix, and I'm going to start applying this in our top planter. As you can see, just building the larger basic shape for our plant, though I'm going to do so predominantly on the left-hand side of where the plant's going to be, and then I'll tap down some of our little draping foliage because there will be a lot of draping foliage. That's one of the fun parts, one of the really fun parts about this scene. We have a lot of it just kind of working vertically down. Now we can move on to a new area and continue applying this darker pigment. There's a lot of spaces. In fact, I actually want to continue the rose bush partially over our wall here, because I think it'll make it much more unique and dimensional. But then maybe it goes back to being behind through here. Like this area is just a little too big and prominent, and it works its way out, and I think I love that. But I don't want to do too much with it right now, because I want to grab some of my highlight and I want to work wet into wet with this planter through here. Again, that's just applying the highlight to the right hand side because the light's coming in that way, and then using the corner of the brush to tap in lots of unique little details going back and forth so that we don't have any pure dark areas, no flat values. We don't have to do too much, because we are going to go back into this with the liner and do some real detail, but we're going to do the same thing actually over here. And this is going to make it a lot more cohesive with what we already have. This can and should be a little bit darker than what we did a while ago, because it is wrapping its way around the wall. It's going to get less light as we continue to work that way, but we do want some light, and we are going to build up these values as we go. But that's a good start. Now, as this is drying, I'm going to grab the liner. I'm going to head back and do a lot more very intentional taps. This is the same highlight that we used before, but you can see that it's actually brighter than the last application. That's because we're not mixing it into such dark mixes. We're mixing it into mid-greens now. And as I continue to work my way left, we run out of paint. You already know that does make it less opaque, so we get essentially a darker marking. Some of this dark pigment is still wet, so I can actually move it out and just start making more fun applications, which is also great. Here, more of that highlight, going over it numerous times till we really get exactly what we want. More green on the right hand side. It's dissipating, we're moving to the left, to the center, to the back, and then we'll grab some of that darker hue for that same level of detail, but again, different value, so it's constantly evolving in the painting. We can even separate some of the really bright areas if they got a little too bright. So much like the other areas of foliage, it's a lot of going back and forth until you have exactly what you want. There we go. Love that. Maybe a little bit more green behind the planter. That way it looks like it's draping all the way around. But I don't want this, and this to all end at the same point. We want it to be a little higher, a little lower, and then lower. And that's just going to make it much more interesting as a whole. Now we're heading down in the canvas, grabbing more of that nice green highlight. And we're working that into the areas which protrude around the wall. It, much like the last application, is comprised of a myriad of taps. There we go. Love that. Already so much better. We can also, brighten up that which we have. A little extra green, gold, a little maybe Naples yellow. Throw that on the sides. We don't want it to be as bright as what we have on this side, but we do want more of a transition, more of a gradient. And I think this is just the right amount. Definitely looks better. Though, let's grab some of that darker mix too. and do the individual little taps that were difficult with the flat-headed brush. Love that. So much character rendered with just, 2-3 minutes of tapping marks. Now I'll head right down here to our planter. We'll grab some of that darker mix using our flat-headed brush, a smaller flat-headed brush. Do all of those rotational taps towards the back. Have a lot of it drape down. See, we're really losing the majority of the planter, but we intended to. This is always part of the plan. We can lose it behind the planter too, which will make it look nice and dynamic. This planter, that is, the terracotta one, not the more iron looking one, that's essentially just going to be lost very, very shortly, and that's okay. Making it quite voluminous too, which I like. And then, you guessed it, the highlight, which is quite diluted at this point. It's a lot darker now than it was when we started mixing it. And that's just because we've gone back and forth with the dark pigment and muddy brushes a couple of times. It's okay. It actually just gives us more room to build. So I kind of love it. And I think my darker mix was a little bit too thin upon the initial application. So I'm just going in and I'm re-establishing that. Like so. This will start to look a lot cleaner when we use the liner brush, which I think we should do right about now. Grabbing more of our bright pigment, start by applying it to the tops, making sure our edges are well taken care of, and then we start working our way in. A lot of the initial markings I make are going to imagine that that planter is still there, so the foliage is going to be draping over the edge of it. So I actually do a lot of those little markings, just to re-establish that form we probably lost in the very randomized applications that we were making. And then again, add more highlight to the falling pieces. Right now it's a bit subdued aesthetically. It's not as bright as it could be. We don't want it to be. We want to be able to build it, but also it's just going to look a little average for a minute, and that's okay. It's again one of those things where we need to build these foundational layers to make it the way we really want to. And we will get there. We just trust the process. Might make a mix of the two as I get back into this darker area, because I want it to have highlights, but I don't want them to be as bright as the other highlights that we have. So we're just building some texture in. And I think we'll take a step back and make sure we like how it's all looking. Now, taking a step back, I think this actually looks great. We don't even have shadows on this side. We still need to do this tree. We have to incorporate proper shadows on the ground. There's a lot of steps left, and already I think it's in a great place. So far, so good. Though, I think it's time we do add some foliage to our tree. I'm going in with these rotational taps and my smaller flat-headed brush. This is just a really quick, easy way to get a lot of natural markings on the canvas, though we will switch to the liner for the real detail work. This is just more about building the larger bodies to the foliage and the systems we think will look good. Here we can have this overlapping both of the pipes, and I think that's going to also create some extra depth. And I'm going to start painting like this for a little bit so that I can stand even farther away from my canvas. This is just a great way of making sure that things look well balanced. Though, if you're up over on Patreon, you're working with the traceable, you can just resketch that, because I think that proportionally was really strong. I did not resketch it. I'm just kind of freehanding it as we go, because I did draw it once, and I feel like, while it might not look at the exact same, I have a good understanding spatially of what we need to accomplish. But leaving lots of little openings, creating movements of different sizes. We're going to have this overlapping here, which might look a little messy right now, but when we clean it up, I think it'll work really well. And then we're going to do just a bit more down there. And just like that, I think we have a good flow. Now I'm going to switch to the liner, grab more of that darker pigment, and this is where we really refine all of our markings. Though, this is a very detail-oriented application, and you're far away, so I'm going to get you a bit closer. So here we are, grabbing more of that nice dark mixture, tapping that in, and I think in that period it did start to dry, so I made it again, and I think I made it a little bit darker, admittedly. So while I do this, I might try to prioritize doing applications to the left-hand side, because we want the left-hand sides to be darker, and then as it dissipates, I'll move it more into the middle and the other side, though that's really just a me thing, or a you thing if you also remixed it and you remixed it darker. If you're using the same pigment and you didn't have to remix it, because you didn't have to move the camera around and figure out your angles, you're just going around the edges, and you're cleaning them up, and you're making protrusions. And I think this is already looking really good. It's funny looking at the top of it versus the bottom, because you get these very defined, sharp lines up here, and then you have just kind of these little blobs down towards this area. But you know what? Those blobs of paint are important, and they're great. They get us to what we really want the painting to be, and they ensure that when we start adding this detail, it's where we actually want it to be. You could go in and you could paint all of it with a liner, and I don't think that would be wrong, but it would be difficult to figure out if you were applying all of those sharp details where you want them. And by doing it this way, it's again almost like going in with a foundational layer, making sure everything is where you want it, in the right size, in relation to that which it's beside, and then once that's done, you come in with the detail. So it gives you some peace of mind. It lets you play a little bit more. You don't have to do it, but I like it as a step. It's what I tend to do. It also speeds up the process a lot. So, benefits in different directions. Really trying to make this lesson in 3 hours. As you can tell, it's taking about a week to actually paint, but I'm trying to make the video about 3 hours. It's one of those things where there's a lot of time in between each shot, figuring out what the next step is, what my mix is going to be, if I like it compositionally, making like a lot of little changes. And so like you're watching me paint pretty much all of it, and the actual painting process is taking about 3 hours, and that's what I want the video to be, so it's not too long. But actually figuring it out, and the filming, the lesson part, that's what makes it take the better part of a week, if not 2. I'm really trying to make these weekly. Sometimes there's so much detail, there's so many steps. It's difficult to allocate that much time to it. But I'm trying, and I love it. Now I think we'll take a couple of steps back as we remix a bit of our highlight. And we will go in with this. I'm doing a kind of a mix between the highlight and the darker pigment. That way I have a buffer pigment. But we will go in, lots of taps with the liner, as you can see, starting on that right hand side. And then in this midsection, while there are going to be a lot of taps, I'm also going to try to leave a lot of openings, because it's that contrast between the light and the dark that's going to make this really pop and look great. So we're doing a lot, but we're also intentionally skipping a lot. There we go. And I think I'll jump around from area to area, because it's really easy to overdo a pattern or a style. It's easy to fall into subconscious traps of just doing the same thing, where I want a lot of these clusters to be different, where I want the openings and the sizes and the shapes to be different. So by jumping around and just being a bit more playful with the application, you can typically make something a bit more unique and interesting. So let me get you a little bit closer again. So here we are. As you can tell, this tree is quite dark in relation to that which we have elsewhere, and that is okay. It's one of those things where we are in this inset area, we are going to have less light through here, but more so, beyond general lighting justifications, the tree itself just might have a darker shade of foliage. It might also have a lighter shade of foliage, so if you want to make it a lot brighter, you can do that too. There really isn't a right or wrong. There are things that, make sense. We can figure out exactly what type of tree it is, how bright those leaves are. We could, dictate it wholly by the lighting scheme. And again, not bad choices. Also not necessary. If you wanted to go that extra mile, I would respect it, but it's going to look correct regardless, provided we just do a good job and we follow the general lighting scheme of highlights on the top and right hand side, and then it gets darker towards the left. I might also do a little bit less highlights in the center here, just because we'll get shadows from this and this. I want it to progressively get a little bit darker as we move down. So as I really start trying to paint, that is when I do move down. Maybe when I move into the central spot too. You can see I'm barely making markings at this point, and that's really what we want. So we'll just do a couple more. Then we'll take another step back. Now from there, as noted, I am feeling pretty under the weather. The throat is getting pretty scratchy. So I decided to give myself a bit of a talking break, and I did, again, a little time lapse, just doing more of what we were doing, and that's adding foliage, starting with a darker base, adding the mid values on top of it where the light will hit. And that's this time between the wall and the cobblestone ground. So it's kind of framing it in a way that I really like. It allows us to extend more greens in the painting, and I think adding more greens and hints of them wherever we can is a great way of really unifying things. I think that's something that will have a big difference on the painting long term. So I'm just adding that in, and from there we can start doing a new technique that I really like together. So as you can see, we have a lot of that foliage now here. It kind of works up and then extends out, works up and then extends out, and it works into some of the cobblestone. And that's really what I want to focus on right now. I want to take a lot of our greenery on both sides, work it in and around our cobblestone, and then we can also take it out into these larger open areas. It doesn't even have to be necessarily connected to either of the walls. This is just going to bridge greenery in between the bottom portion of our painting. That'll look really nice. And you can see for the most part, I'm just running it in between the grout. You can run it over the brick. Maybe we do cover a brick here and there, just like so. I don't want to do too much, but I like this technique a lot. I think that it's a really fun detail. I try to make sure that when they extend out different lengths. So this one's quite far, this one's less far, this one's barely peaking, this one's very dramatic, it goes out a lot. And this one's quite playful, being more so towards the center. Now we'll grab some of our highlighted green gold, some of that mid value, and we can go in, we can tap that highlight on top of a lot of it. And this is where, again, we bridge those greens. And it might look a little bit bright. We could darken it, but I also just think the play is more so to brighten the greens that we have over here, because they're already very dark, and I planned on brightening them, and now we're really just putting ourselves in a position where we need to. So one of those things where it's all for kind of the greater good of the painting. It kind of forces us to do what we should. Now here we have a lot of green, a lot of taps. I think this could be additionally highlighted, especially being kind of in the central area here. Though I do want to do some washes over these cobblestones and create some extra depth. This area back here should have a lot more light than the area down here, and right now it's looking pretty similar. We painted it this way to make it easy. The wash will create that depth for us. But I wanted to instigate a lot of these first before we did so. So we kind of left the ground in this unfinished state for the majority of the painting, but that's okay. That's how a lot of acrylic really are. You go in and then you work on other things and you balance and you come back and you make it all the way you really want to. But I think this is a very solid base. And you can see that I'm just continuously adding more and more of that greenery that we love. But there we go. Again, we need to build some highlights. But I think we need a brighter mix to do most of that. Now, as we head up in the painting, I actually want more of that darker green. I'm going to head into some of the brickwork and, again, the grout that we have through here. And I'm going to begin making more of this green. We can even have little bits of it kind of working its way onto the brick. And this is what's going to make it really neat. This is what we've been waiting for the walls. Believe me, it's one of those things where you apply it, you take your steps back and you say, oh wow, it's a different painting now. So I'm really, really excited to show you this. I'm really excited to do it. You might not hear it in my voice because it's 12:30 at night and I'm a bit under the weather, but I'm excited and I want to keep painting and I want to get this video out for you, and I really like what we're painting. So we're just going to keep at it for as long as we can. More of that greenery within the grout. I don't have to add it everywhere. I'm being relatively selective. But it's also nice that we have a second color going in with all of that grout. It feels really good. It feels really, really good. Definitely add some towards the top. Get that slight vignette effect. I want to bring this greenery this way, so I'll do that around here too. Now it feels much more like it fits within the piece, where I think it might have felt a little standout earlier. Very good. This side could also use it. Let's just try to change the focus on the camera in the shot. Oh, we did it. I love that. Nice and easy. And then we'll start to work this around and through, and it'll be really nice around the rose bushes because we already have greens in that area, so it'll just feel correct. And that's kind of a good place to start if you're not sure where to add it. If you go where there's already greenery, then there's a good shot it will make sense. There we are. Let's go over here. Kind of want to avoid this line because I don't want to reach the top of this guy, and maybe we extended this tree. And then we can bring that through there, and that looks cool. That looks really good. Try not to do too much on my first pass because we can always go back and add more. Really isn't too tricky. Have some around this door. Lots of little taps. And the taps are important. We don't just want the lines. It's the taps around them that sell it. The fact that it is working its way onto the brick to a point. I think this area is just gorgeous now. Don't forget to do in between some of your bricks. These areas do matter too. And some soft applications. There we go. I love this. So yet again, I'm just going to go in here and add some extra mid-tones to highlights using that smaller liner brush. We're just trying to get things as sharp and detailed as we can, while also slowly building up those values. We have some really bright values going over in the right-hand side and the back, and we're progressively moving there, though you do want your brightest values to be closer to the entrance, and then they get, again, progressively a little bit darker as you move back into the street. Though, there's still quite a bit left to do in this painting, so I think it's time for the next step. Okay, so I know I noted that we would finish yesterday. However, at 3 a.m. I did decide to call it, and I think that was the right choice. I woke up feeling really inspired, really ready to just make this the best painting we could. I think if I finished it last night, it would have been one of those things of, it looks good, but it could look a little better with a little more patience and a sharper mind, admittedly. So today we finish, and I think we're in a really strong spot. Next, we're going to add the shadows to pretty much everything on that left-hand wall. Remember, we did it on the right hand behind the foliage. It kind of moved outwards in this beautiful kind of trickling manner. We're going to do that to the pipes, to the planters, to the foliage. We've got a lot to apply it to, and it's going to look a lot better. Now, typically I like to keep mixes on here so I can just return to them quite easily. However, I can't see the shadow pigment that we mixed, and we're just going to do it again. And that's okay, it'll reinforce the fact that we know how to mix it. So, I'm going to start with Mars Black, Titanium White, mixed a darkish gray. It's not too dark if you look at it in relation to everything else. Still bright relative to those. We'll grab some Cerulean Blue because it is a shadow. We want it to be cooler. And we'll grab some burnt sienna because it is still on that wall. It is still that very earthy, organic subject, and maybe with a hint more titanium white just to gray it out, we have what we want. You know, I just said that it's going to look a lot better. Looking at it now, I already love it. I think this is in such a good space this morning. Though, again, it is going to look a lot better. So I'm going to test my shadow pigment over on the other side where we do have shadows, just to make sure that it looks the way we want. And you know what? Already, very happy. That is what we want. And I might just toss it in a couple of different areas where I feel like it could have been more built up over here while I'm in the vicinity, while I'm in the area. And then we're going to grab that pigment, we want to move on over here. Now I've got a lot of subjects. I think the easiest to paint is right behind this planter. Remember that it's coming down, but it's also coming in. So we're kind of painting shadows on a diagonal. So we'll just go to the back of this guy. Very watery mix. And this will be fun because we get to paint the shadow for both of these draping areas. So we're kind of just mirroring that which we did and making it a little bit more elaborate. We'll paint underneath just a little bit, taking a step back, and I like it. I think it vignettes the painting to a greater degree, which is always a goal for me. Then we have this little protrusion from the window. So we'll paint that in. It'll be under it, but it'll also, again, be that bottom left. And this will be a more solid shadow. These and these are very broken up because the subjects they're conveying are foliage and there's a lot of openings. This not so much. This is more of a solid, typical shape. And we're going to paint it as such, like so. Now, we're going to head into these guys. Again, very watery mix, and I think the watery the better. We can always just go over it again. So this is protruding from the wall, and I think its shadow should be about here. We're going to go around our foliage, and then we'll go back up with a nice watery mix, and we'll thin the edge. We'll just make it look a lot softer as a whole. I don't think we'll have too hard of shadows in here. We might thin this one as well. I really like that soft look. So, we go back, we do it again. This one, to the left. Behind it, there is a gap of light that will still be shown for the most part. There we go. And it's a little thick at the top, so I'm just going to use some water. Might even use my fingers to do a little reductive work with it. Regardless, it is different. I think it's better. Okay. So far we're off to a really great, easy start. Really nice when you just wake up in the morning, you jump into the canvas, and it's really just what we did. And it works out. Already met with some fulfillment and success. Let's move into this area, but let me get you a little bit closer because, again, this was more about seeing it as a whole and the larger balance. This is more detail work. So here we are, jumping back in a little closer. We have these beautiful protrusions of foliage here. We have a nice little one right through here. And a lot of that's going to continue downwards. Now this is where we do start to create separations in our shadows again. The closer we are to the subject, the more whole the shadow is with our foliage. And then as we get farther away, it separates more and more. So we start with this larger condensed shadow. You can see I'm just kind of running it down the wall almost. And then as we get back, I create openings, we make it more wispy. We spread the water so that it's less opaque. And we just create that really nice, subtle, transitional gray. Very good. Maybe just a hint down here too. I think this protrudes too much so we won't see the shadow on it, on the wall. But we can also go in and we can throw the shadow on the base of some of our still visible bricks because we did that on the other side. And here we'll have it on the on the left hand side of our grout. There we go. Nice and easy. All right, our shadows are in place already. I feel like it's much more dimensional. It has this element of realism. It's not a lot of detail, it's not a lot of application, but it does a lot. And we had to do it after we did pretty much everything else that we knew where it would be, so it would layer over the foliage, because their shadows will layer over the foliage. Though we do need to go back to the foliage. We're going to do some real highlights. We're going to brighten it up dramatically now that we've done that. And I wanted to wait because I knew in the process of adding the shadow, we probably overlap a little with the foliage. And again, the foliage goes on top of the shadow. So partially, sometimes. We'll talk about it when we're painting. But it's one of those things where we're going to want to clean up areas when we do washes like that. And now we have an opportunity to clean up the real highlights, the areas that really pop, and bring our foliage back into the foreground towards us in a non-muddy or overly layered state. Now, at this point, we want a very bright mixture. So I cleaned my brush well. There's still a little bit of that darker mix in it, so I'm not going to have to grab Mars Black because we already have a hint of it in our mix, and we want this to be essentially the brightest green we've used on that left-hand side. I have all of these other greens here that I can use as reference. So I'm going to grab some extra titanium white, really bright. Let's make it a little bit more green though. Now let's make it warmer, Naples yellow. Oh, that's beautiful. Now let's go in again with titanium white because it got really saturated between these two. And now we go back to the sap green. And I think right here we have it. So we're just going back between these three at this point until we have something saturated, but not too saturated, warm, but not too Naples yellow heavy, and still very much a green. This green gold can kind of turn into a yellow, but I think this is still green enough. I said sap green, I meant green gold. So now, jumping back into the canvas, we do have our liner, we do have our beautiful highlight, and watch this. You see, you're far away still. Despite that, it's going to show up wonderfully. And I'm going to start applying it to the right-hand side of this tree because that is an area that will catch more light. Not only is it closer to here than the rest of the tree, but it also protrudes out, which gives it a greater opportunity for those highlights. I think that this one will also get that highlight. It is technically in line with the shadow here, but it isn't directly up against the wall, it's outward. So that shadow is going to be on the wall, it's not going to be on the tree. So I'm just getting the tallest points, the areas that protrude the most, and then we'll do little taps inwards. But this is a pigment that we have to be careful with. Great power, great responsibility. We've all seen Spider-Man. And I already really like it. Much better. It's one of those things where I want to keep the camera farther away because I want you to see it as a whole and you know how these highlights are in relation to these highlights. However, we are in a detailed space, so maybe I do get you a little bit closer for these tapped details, and then we frequently just take that step back and we look at it as a whole again. I think that's the play. Okay, so again, we're going to get you closer. I'm going to apply some bonus highlights to the edge here, and we'll just start wrapping them around mindfully. There we are. Already a lot better. Keeping the highlights towards the top of this cluster, and then we'll slowly let them dissipate as we move into this midsection. I do still want some of them in here, but I want less. And I want the pigment to run out, and I want it to be more watery, and I want it to be less opaque, and that's happening. It's going well. You can see it kind of blends in with the background a little bit, but it is more saturated, so there's enough differentiation. Just cleaning up some of the areas that got lost in the shadow a little bit. But it's, again, it's not that bright. We have a lot of pigment there. I'm also going to use it on the tops of this foliage, as you can see, so that it stands out a little bit better. This is something that I've wanted to do for days at this point, but I wanted to do this in conjunction with other green highlights. So we've been waiting. I'm glad we did, because it really paid off. Also, we can't forget about this bottom area, because this is protruding dramatically. This is going to catch a lot of light, as it is on the other side. And then we have a little bit over here, still catching light, not as much, but it's present. It's prominent enough. I think these highlights will stand out really beautiful in front of the gate. So you can see how the majority of our highlights here, and then it progressively lessens as we work our way in. That's how it's meant to be. There we go. The more layers of depth, the more full and real a lot of this is going to look. I think we can also add significantly more highlight to this area. This wall is very illuminated. It's out in the open. It's catching so much light. And by the way, we need to reapply that light to this ground area. And we're going to change the cobblestone a lot in a very near step. I'm going to keep this green dark because it is in shadow from A this, B this. This area is going to remain dark, but that which is in front of it, much brighter very, very soon. And now we're on to this top area. I don't want that much light, so I'm going to go into a very watery mix. But the protruding area that works out is going to catch some light for sure. So we need some of this. But it's going to be relatively subtle. And then as we get here, the paint runs out. We can do a little bit more along the side, a little bit more running down, but this is not in a space to have a lot of highlight. Just a little bit. Might go in and add some bonus highlight to what we have growing in between the grout here though, because we are really close to the light. So this area can definitely have some. There we go. So now that we have a lot of these highlights established and starting to really love these spaces, I think it's time we head back into the cobblestone, add the highlights we need here, have it dissipate as we move here. Again, it will be darker through the area closest to us because we have more shadows from the walls. And we will also have some shadows underneath, again, the gate, but here we can just drench it in sunlight and it'll really bring the eye towards the middle. It also differentiates some of this complicated detail in a way that it'll feel really warm. It'll feel really sunny. I'm excited. Now, this is very important. We do want to make sure that our brushes and our water entirely clean. We don't want it diluted by any of the greens that we just worked with or any of the blues and the shadows. We need this to be something completely fresh. We're going to mix on a clean spot on our palette, and we're going to really brighten it up. As for our mix, quite simple. We need Naples yellow in abundance. We need to brighten it up. Titanium white. We need to make it a little bit more earthy. Burnt sienna. And the burnt sienna is going to darken it, so I might go back and add a little more titanium white, which will desaturate it, make it less yellow, so I'll add a little more of the Naples yellow. And this right here, with a little more titanium white, this is what we need. Perfect. So from here, we're going to make that mix nice and watery, really, really thin it down. point where it's like watercolor. And then again, this area is in shadow, this area is in shadow, this area right through here, not in shadow. This area is very bright. So I'm going to start applying this onto our cobblestone, like so. And I'll just bring that light forward. We can apply it over portions of the protruding greenery, like that. We have it dissipate as you get into the foreground, like so. It's predominantly in the middle because the edges will also have more shadow. And then we're going to take all of our pigment off of our brush. We're going to make our brush just very wet. We can transition that into the shadow area. We can transition that into our foreground. I'm going to use my finger just a little bit. You have this soft light coming in, really just brightening up that whole area. If you have too much paint, you can also go in with just a purely wet brush, and I can scrape up some of it, like so. Already I like it a lot better. Now we'll switch on over to our liner. We'll grab more of it, hint of titanium white even, and we'll paint on the tops of the brick in the ground. And this will start to differentiate our subjects again, because we definitely lost that to a point in the wash. It kind of made things very, very cohesive, and that's nice, but we still want variance. So we'll just reestablish some of that actual stonework. Makes sense that the shadows would also get brighter with the stone because the light's just pouring in. It's a dramatic step. You don't have to do it, but I think it's really bringing my eye inwards, and that's the big goal of what we're doing right now. We're directing the viewer. Let me get you a little bit closer for some of this detail work. I say that and I continue painting. It's really difficult once you start. Sometimes you just love the process, and putting the brush down is not an easy feat. But we will do so. We will do so. Now up close, look at that. It's just so pretty. Again, I'm going into the back. I'm further adding highlights to individual brick. Now it definitely feels sun-soaked. Hints to that back here, but not as much because we do need this area to get more shadowy as a whole. And because this is also bright, we can also Naples yellow, titanium white, add some extra highlight onto here. That way it just feels sun-soaked in that same way. The brick is already really bright, which is great. And if this essentially value-wise works and connects into the ground, then we're in a great space. Then it all looks like it's flowing together in the way that we want it to. There we go. Once we have all of this established, and I think we're pretty close to having all of it established, we can reinstigate some shadows as well. Because often when you add the shadows, you have to go back and add the highlights, and vice versa, right? It's always a little bit of a back and forth. There we go. that light just tracing the edges of our subjects. So bright, so warm, so welcoming. Really stands out well against the shadowed foliage. Now we're going to take a step back, and I had a fun idea to use that like very watery mixture and the liner to just kind of speckle on some highlight in between and after the shadow this creates. And I think this is going to tie the walls in better with what we have down in the painting. Once I have it applied in a lot of those spaces and it has, you know, maybe 10-15 seconds to dry, it's a very watery mix, I'm going to go back up and just softly work it out in a lot of different directions. It's almost like painting with water, so it's not very pigmented, it's not opaque, but I think it'll just add this nice little spot of light here and there. Not necessary again, but we're just looking for different ways of casually improving the painting. And I think this is a fun one. We can paint it in between some of the openings in the shadows. And I'm not going in with a lot of pigment, I'm not going in with a lot of water. This is really just a test, see if we like it. And also make it a little bit more rough with my finger here and there. Try it over here. I think it'll be really bright next to the brick and this open area because we just don't have any shadows, right? There isn't any obstruction, so the light can work in from the side in a much more dramatic way. And we can add some little textures, and there isn't much extra opportunity on this side. We can just do a couple little taps in open spaces, but for the most part, I think it just exists right there. Oh yeah, that worked well. That worked really, really, really well. Grab a hint more, titanium white, Naples yellow, get some bonus water. We'll work into our grout yet again. Build that up. It's one of those things, we have this highlight on our brush, so we might as well use it in a couple of spots while we have it. I'm not getting too close to the shadows because we do need that to be darker as a whole, but these areas can definitely use a little bump of light. Adds additional form and structure. Oh yeah, now it looks like it's almost glowing. Love that. We'll just double down on that which we have. One of those things where we already have so many subjects in here, so we don't really need to add more to make it look better. We just need to continue to emphasize the ones that we do have and the ones that we really like. Like that. Okay, now, again, let's build some shadows. Finish this painting. Okay, again, I love this. It's one of those things where I feel like a lot of acrylic paintings look good at the, say, 60 to 85% margin of completion. It takes a while. It takes until like 65% until it starts to look good. But like once you get there, it looks good for a while, but it doesn't look great. In that final 10-15%, it becomes an entirely different painting. It really comes alive. I think we are there, it's happening. And again, we're going to mix some shadows. We want to make sure that we have a fairly clean brush and water because we don't want to dilute it. When we do these washes, especially with such delicate pigments, that becomes really important. But we're close. Let's jump back into the palette. So for our next wash, and it is going to be a wash, we're going to grab our Mars Black, our Cerulean Blue, not too much of either. Little bit, just a hint of our burnt sienna, and that's it. This is the mix. If you want to be safe, you can make it a little bit brighter with titanium white, but I think I think I'm confident with this. Watch what I do first, make sure you like it, but I think we're gonna make the painting a lot more contrast heavy. So we'll grab that mix, make it very watery. As we do, I'm going to go into the foreground. I'll make a line, very dramatic. I'll make a line, ooh, maybe here, and I'll get bigger as we move down, like so. Line back here, a little bit of a X-shaped pattern, move that about. And then once it starts to, not dry, but it's not just pure water, then I'll move in an X-shaped pattern. I'll move that inwards. This is a risky game, I'm not gonna lie to you. When we work in this dark pigment this late into the game, it doesn't always go exactly how we want. However, I think we got lucky. I think it's working really well. Going to add a little bit more shadow behind these. We got lost in the wash, but this will really accentuate these subjects. We want that contrast where the eye is going to be. We're going to go in again. And I might even start using the sharp edge of the brush to cut extra shadows in between some of our brick, reinstigate that contrast, just using the corner here and there. That's it. This is real detail work. So maybe I get you closer. But as you can see, so much more depth, so much more definition. The painting needed this, and it worked out really well. It's risky. If you don't do a lot of washes, at least historically, if that's not typically something you do, I recommend trying this on a different canvas first. Doesn't have to be a painting you love. Could be one that, you know, it's been sitting there for a while and you're like, how do I make this better? Maybe you make it a little brighter. Maybe you make it a little darker. Maybe you add a color. This doesn't just have to be for making paintings brighter and darker. Sometimes it is for changing your hues. But this is great. Let's get in closer. We are closer. We are grabbing our titanium white, our Naples yellow. We are ignoring the jackhammering that is going on in the background of the shoot. And we are continuing to reinstigate highlights in areas we just lost them, but we need it. There are going to be a few of those. We're going to be delicate. We don't want to overdo it, but there's definitely room for additional highlight. Just kind of working its way in from the back. Ooh. Every time we further define these, post adding the washes, it's like magic. Let's get some Mars black, some cerulean blue, into titanium white, into burnt sienna. Again, going back to the nice darker mix that we had. And we'll reinstigate some of the shadows in the foreground. When we do the washes, sometimes even when they are darker, because of things like the cerulean blue, we brighten the darker values. So we lose the dark darks. But we need the dark darks in the foreground because we want that contrast. We might have more contrast in the background here. It's one of those things where often the rule is you have the most contrast closest to you. However, in sunsets and very dramatic lighting situations like this, that can change. So we're going to have really the most dramatic contrast through the entrance. That's going to bring the eye there. And it makes sense because of the harsh light. Harsh light creates contrast. If there isn't harsh light, then it's in the foreground. But with all of that in mind, I'm creating additional contrast here. It's not the most dramatic contrast, because that is back there, but it's enough that it feels natural again and not washed out. We don't want our shadows to feel washed out. We can have the light back here to make it feel a little washed out. That's the sun doing its job, but we are so close to bringing this to fruition. Might add a little bit of separation back here. Just define a couple of those bricks a little bit better. This is so satisfying. I don't know if you can tell in my voice. I'm very excited right now. Also still very sick, but the excitement is dramatically overtaking that. And yeah, painting, such a great hobby. Even when you're under the weather, you can feel fulfilled and excited, and it can kind of bring you that life that you're lacking in those moments. Might add a little bit more blue in the planter, might add a darker value back to the back of this tree because we lost it in the washes. There we go. Fun fact, I am not painting right now. I am getting a glass of water while my partner touches up
just one touch up.
a little area. What are we doing, love?
I want this planter to look just a little more cohesive.
A little sharper?
Just a little sharper.
I see more contrast in it now.
That's it.
Yeah.
But it's beautiful. It's beautiful.
So you're essentially doing towards the top left what we did in the bottom, in that you're reinstigating shadows that were lost.
Exactly.
I like that. And it makes sense too, because again, it builds on that vignette. I know everybody at home can't see exactly what's going on, but hopefully
it's very subtle. Like, it's already like perfect.
that descriptor works. This is the benefit of living with a fellow artist. We kind of jump into each other's paintings here and there and do the parts that it becomes difficult to see. You know, like when you're so close to a painting, you don't always, you can't tell where you need highlights. You've lived with it for too long. You need to take that break. In these situations, I don't have to take that break. I just pass the brush to her. It's great. So, yeah, she's going to do that little touch up, make the top left a little more high contrast, and then you and we're going to finish this thing. So, here we go. Likely the final shot of the painting. I'm going to grab more of that darker mix. I'm going to head into here. So what she was doing, she was adding more contrast back up there, and that's what we want to do right down here. We're building the darker value, so the closer we get to us, the more of a dramatic black we have. Then we could also instigate some extra saturation back into this guy. But you can see I'm kind of finding different areas at the bottom where we can continue to build that. I might also add a second little guy into this planter. This is just a last minute idea. I think I could just have a little more personality through an additional protrusion. And with that, we start with the darker mix, and we go to the lighter one. This is where we kind of instigate all of the other ideas that we've had throughout the painting, because, you know, as you paint, you look at other areas and you say, oh, I want to go back to that. I want to try that. But you don't want to do it until you've done other areas that kind of confirm that you're on the right path. So we're in that final incredibly rewarding stretch. Might add a couple more branches into these. Oh, I love this. It's going so lovely. So lovely. Okay. Let's make that a little more bold. Add a little more dramatic. Mars black over here as well. Just like so. Ooh, that did it. That's a lot. Okay, I'm going to take a step back. Make sure it's still in the right realm. Now I'll mix up a medium to dark mix. So Naples yellow, Mars black. And we can use this to differentiate some of the bricks in the midground and towards the back. I want a little bit more structure to these. They're washed out, but we can still probably see a line or two here and there. And that's what we're instigating in this section of the applications. That said, you might just want it to be a bit more washed out. It's up to you. I think everybody's painting is going to look a little bit different, and it's important to differentiate what you want to do with yours. It doesn't always have to be exactly what I'm doing with mine. These are meant to be guides, but they're also meant to just teach you a lot of little things, you know, how to paint the planters, the bricks, the washes, all of it. And you can interject your own touches, your own personality in the painting, or you can continue as I'm doing, but I always want you to feel like you can make it your own, right? Take the ideas that you love. You don't have to take all of them. That said, we are coming to a close here. I'd like to say a big thank you to you for just being here. This is a long lesson, and you are obviously, evidently, a very dedicated artist, painter. If you're at this point, you put the time in, really decided to learn start to finish how to do it. I respect that greatly. I think that's a great sign that your painting will turn out lovely, and I hope you can take a lot of these ideas into the future, into future paintings. That's always the goal, not to just teach you how to paint this one, but how to teach you how to paint these subjects again in other settings and scenarios. I'd like to say a big thank you to everybody up over on Patreon for making these lessons happen. Genuinely could not do this if it was not for you. Your support up there allows me to teach and paint full time, and I thank you deeply for that. It is such a blessing. I woke up today again sick, and it was one of those things of like, I'm sick, but I love my job, and I can't wait to paint and continue making these lessons for you. So thank you for giving me that opportunity. You're wonderful. If you're new here and this is your first time on the channel, the Patreon is linked in the video description, and there you can get the ad-free versions of all the new videos. You can also get the traceables. You can get the materials, so a shot of all of the paints and brushes that I use, just in case you want to use the exact same ones. You can also get bonus lessons. We have some big ones on 24 by 36 inch canvases. They're 5-6 part lessons, but if you want to do the really detailed work, they're great. Currently finishing up I think a 24 by 24 one up there. We also have over 100 bonus lessons. You can get access to our Facebook group where everybody shares their renditions of these pieces. It's a lovely, wonderful, positive community who, again, I always find very inspiring. I hop in there and I want to paint. So, good place to just bounce your paintings and ideas around. A lot of fun stuff. I'm also trying to post the traceables and everything a little bit early. So I posted this one, I think on Wednesday. So if you're up there, you can transfer the drawing and the image early and get that done. But I don't need to keep talking about this. The link's in the description. The link to the brush set if you want to work with the same brushes as me. Get all of the same techniques without worrying if it's the right brush or the right size, the right stiffness. That's in the description. And if you haven't, make sure you subscribe. That said, I like this bottom area. Let's just differentiate a little bit more of the contrast in here. Make that a bit darker. Yeah. That's great. Again, big thank you for being here. Big thank you for being a part of the community. Big thank you for keeping acrylics and this wonderful traditional medium alive. I'm wishing you a wonderful painting. I hope you are inspired. I hope you are excited. I hope this turns out just wonderfully for you. You put in the time, so I believe in the success. But I'll see you soon with a brand new painting. We are working into the fall season, which is really exciting. We get some beautiful oranges, yellows, and reds in our soon-to-be paintings, and I just love the season. I love the variants. I love the color. In Toronto here, we actually do have quite a few trees, and I'll show you some B-roll of it as it comes to be, but it'll be pretty. The paintings will be pretty. I will see you soon. Thank you for being here. Make sure you paint hydrated and happy, and above all, stay creative.